Actual streaming stuff. It's begun.
Like
Streaming has begun onto the YouTubes.
it has been streaming.
It has been streamed. The streams. It is in the streams. The streams. Streamings. I need to change my watermark from Terrible to something buckling. So I'm eating gummy worms. This is DreadLore. Imperial Sins is the name of the campaign. Game system is DreadLore. Session 7. That's it. Okay. I'm going to set up Instagram hell real quick. Everyone's going to get on their phones. Wow. I should probably have not started streaming until after my mouth was not fucking full. So.
Can we go anywhere?
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you said something because. Hold on.
Oh, are they almost gone?
Oh, dude. Yeah. Yeah, take those. There's probably like 3.
All right, select.
Eat them all.
All right.
I've eaten a bag of gummy worms. Okay, so I'm gonna make this. And guess what we're doing? The Devil's Game. The real Devil's Game. It's not the Devil's Game at all. It's DreadLore. Gavin, hold on, I'm gonna put Gavin out here just a second. Oh, Gavin. Oh, the dogs are gonna get on it. So, yeah, this is session number 7
We've been trying to work on McCartney a little bit.
of the campaign called
Not going
Imperial
too well.
Sins.
Oh, no, it's good.
Called Imperial Sins. Session number 6 is already posted on the Something Bunkin channel. It's like fucking 4 hours. I have not highlighted out the different chunks of it.
If you don't go and watch it, I'll come and slit your throat.
He's nice. Yeah, and for sessions 1 through 5, I pre-recorded those, and I will get around to actually posting them. I'll probably chunk them out into episodes, and if they're good enough, then I'll make them kind of pretty, and well, there'll be an entire season, which is the entire idea of this entire endeavor entirely. Yep. Okay.
Completely.
Completely.
The entire completeness of the purpose.
Of the purpose. I would like a beer. Do you have any pale ale or IPA?
Yep, I want that IPA.
I would like a beer. I am bourbon though.
Wait, is it bullshit beer? Is it beer that blows goats? Is it butthole beer? Oh, Dream Creek's good.
With the natural.
All right, guys, what do I drink with KG? I'm kind of next.
Which one's good? You tell me.
I don't like IPAs.
Oh. They have the natural bridge. Although I remember not liking this one. Hey, buddy.
You can have a double rupture instead of that one if you want.
This one feels good in my hand.
But it's a double rupture. I feel like that's gonna be. We'll see. That tastes like it has 8.3% ABV.
That doesn't tell me if you like it or
Oh, no, it's fine. It's actually quite sweet. Okay, so I'm gonna finish up this Instagram post. Will you guys, for the love of God, give a real quick update about what the campaign is? Really fucking good. And then specifically update Cameron what he missed last game. Let me do a real quick introduction of who's here. I am Bill. I am the Arbiter. I'm running the game. in this screen, which I think is right. Let me make
You
sure.
can always reference this. See, look.
No, that's backwards.
No. This is the way people are gonna see it.
This is the way people see.
No, it won't. They'll
Oh.
see
Right now
my
it's pointing
screen.
Ben.
They'll see my
Oh,
screen,
they will see your screen.
not your screen.
Jesus.
In this screen, you will see Cameron, aka Sketch White, aka Johnny Ricks. In this screen,
Yo.
you'll see these two guys. Bad, another creator of the game. Chuck Salmon. That's what your name is.
Yeah.
Chuck.
What's wrong with that? Chuck Salmon,
AKA Keys of Pandy.
Yeah. Keys
Or
and Penny.
Keys of Candy.
It's Chuck Salmon isn't any worse than Fat Pancake.
Chuck Salmon here is playing Kisapendi, which is a character's name, and Bad here is playing Cyprian. They're all bad people. In game, they're mildly okay. All right. So, you guys, real quick, what's the campaign about? Super quick summary, elevator speech, pitch.
we are loyal to the Empire. The Empire has a small province that is starting to oppose their leadership, and the Empire has found out about a trade deal that is happening between that province and another group that is
Outside the
opposed to the Empire. And so our loyal group is going to interrupt that trade deal and hopefully restore the fallen king of Atausa back to the throne so that Atausa will rejoin the Empire. Roughly.
That's pretty good.
In a not-so-secret fashion, we are the Imperial Secret Police. No one knows about our agency existing.
Except for those that are in the agency.
All you all know, though, you're in the know. You know that
What
we're
we know.
Well, we don't know that he. I'm pointing at Johnny. There's lies and misdirection. We can't trust each other. All I know is that we have metal coins and Johnny has a wooden one because he's
Yeah.
not a real boy yet.
He's not as cool as us.
I don't need your metal coins. I've got plenty of them myself.
You got a big metal arm.
Back home.
You do have a metal one. Posted to something bunkum. Great. Okay.
Is your idea, by the way, Cameron, is your idea for Johnny's background with the arm and a blemished king cannot rule? Is that from the Celts?
Yes.
I thought so.
It's and I think it's an older concept, though, to be honest, because I think that it was also Germanic in origin. So it may have come from, like, Bronze Age Latin kind of society, or excuse me, Hallstatt, Bronze Age Hallstatt.
No. The Celts are just the ones I knew. And I know you're into it.
I got the idea for the character from Irish mythology.
So when it comes to who the characters are, I'm thinking what we'll do is we can actually do a different session that kind of would be cool to highlight your specific characters. We do that a different day, and I can upload those character intros, and it could just be like one-on-one type stuff. which would be kind of cool. For now,
Yeah.
if people are watching, then they can ask, and we can respond in the chat. So let's do an update, synopsis on what happened last game, and sort of what you're expecting. So that's going to be on YouTube.
Do you want us to update him as if he was in the room with us the whole time, or do you want to?
We need to get Cameron up to date. So get Cameron up to date, and then once he knows the information, tell him what Johnny would know.
Like if we're on a caravan or if we're traveling, then you can say that I got sick, and you can tell me what happened.
You're not traveling. They pretty much just played out the rest of the scene in the palace, and you're going to find out some extra shit. So y'all may go.
So last we left our group of intrepid adventurers, the last you left, Cameron, you will remember that the three of us were pulled into that antechamber with
And Leon.
Ritter Leon.
Yes, Ritter Leon.
We got my character notes are all like for the NPCs. They're all in other notes. Hold on.
We got pulled into the room, the four of us, and there were multiple other important figures in the room, including the Empress's attendant, executor, Irea.
Yep.
There was, let's see here.
She's half Azraelian, by the way. We did learn that.
Yes. There was a Master Thomas, I believe, that was in there.
Yep.
Basically, it was us and Leon, and then you had Executor Irea, and then the group that's going to stop the trade deal.
Yep.
And go ahead and list them off. There's Witch Hunter Harrigan, Master Thomas.
Was Cy Petro in there?
No.
Cy Petro was not.
Cy Petro was in the other antechamber, and the only one that knows that is Johnny.
Right. He wasn't in there.
There were some Dread Sisters in there.
Yeah, there were a couple of Dread Sisters in there that followed us in there, and then
There's Harrigan.
Harrigan.
was in there.
That was the other one.
All right,
Which-
I said it.
Oh, you did?
You said Harrigan?
Yeah, I said
okay.
Harrigan.
I missed that.
You need to
Oh.
speak up.
Anyway,
You said something about Azraelia earlier that I didn't hear either.
we discussed the plan to interrupt the trade deal and see what we're having.
That is
Okay,
really-
well, that seems like something I need to know.
Cameron, that is really close to your microphone. When you
Your dice.
your dice.
The dice.
Your dice. Basically, Executor Irea told everyone in the room what the plan was, and that's you're all going to go north to the Warren and stop a trade deal. You can't, we're going to go stop a trade deal. Then she had the Ulek group escorted out of the room, and it was just the two of us and you and Ritter Leon. And then she said, okay, now here's what we're really doing, right? That was the end of the session that you last played in. You ended up getting escorted out shortly after this as well, and taken into another room, I think with Cy Petro, I don't know, but we'll get to that. So that's actually when you left the room, was more or less at the end of last session. So what happens next, you're not privy to yet. But it's essentially this. We're not just going to stop this trade deal from happening. There is, the long and short of it is, an ambassador from your usurper,
Who is Saoirse the Good?
Saoirse the Good.
Seriously, good.
Yeah, one of her ambassadors is going north to meet with an ambassador from the Lapis Regnum, the Woven Islands to the north, right? For fabricated goods, material, that sort of thing. So we obviously don't want Saoirse to have woven goods, but more importantly, they're instigating a trade deal with a foreign authority on Imperial soil, and they're doing it outside of Imperial trade agreements, which is totally not cool, right? So we're going to go stomp them into the dirt. More importantly, we're going to kill the ambassador from Lapis Regnum. So that
By the way.
so that it looks like Saoirse the Good does it. Basically, we want to sour the relationship between anyone else on Daloon for Lapis Regnum. So that way the dwarves are only dealing with the Empire. Only want to deal with the Empire. They can only trust the Empire.
You turn that light on.
So yeah, that's what's going on.
Yeah.
We also talked about the AO in Paris and the seal of Ost that they managed to get a hold of as part of the reconnaissance leading up to this assignment. And
The what?
the seal of Ost. A little bit of background outside this game. The Ost is the High King of the AO in Paris, which is the old world empire of the Lachey and Fey beings and that sort of thing. So the idea of having Ost's imperial seal is a huge deal. Well, I've seen this because I stole it and gave it back to Witch Hunter Harrigan, who's going to be going with us. Witch Hunter Harrigan gave it to Cy Petro.
The actual seal.
The actual seal. And so that you know, like so that Cameron knows, because Cy Petro was playing with this seal when you were meeting with him. That's the
That's
box,
the big,
that's the boxy thing
big
that he
wooden
has in
thing.
his hand that he's playing with. Yeah, so it can't be in two places at once, right? So how does this other executor have it when Cy Petro has it in the other room? We don't know this, we don't metagame, but the long and short of it is, it's fake. There's an illusion spell cast on it, and I recognized it when I did some examination. It was a test for me to see if I could tell that it was fake. But the long and short of it is the Grogden, some representatives of the Grogden, and Witch Hunter Harrigan are being tested for their loyalty to the Empire. And specifically, now it's a question of how did Harrigan get a hold of this? Because he was supposed to go to the AO in Paris and steal it. But he actually got it from, what's his face? Hold on.
Koraloton.
Ensign Gudrun,
Unsen Gudran.
who is the Grogden submalak.
Right.
So he either was given it from Gudrun or he stole it from Gudrun. But in either case now it's, well, how did Gudrun get it? But we do know that Harrigan is a double agent. It's just which way does his loyalty actually lie?
So let me see if I can share this screen really fast.
After we discussed the actual plan of what we were to do, we then were led out of the Empress's castle, for lack of a better term, and made our way back to the little transport to go back down to the High Rim. On our way back, we ran across a... I can't remember how you described her. She was a silent sister?
Dread Sister.
A Dread Sister. Yeah, silent sister. Dread Sister. Yeah, we came across a Dread Sister who handed us some blanked dog tags. And then we made our way on to the transport and started off of Supra. And as we turned back and looked, she gave us the little hint that she was actually the Empress. And we didn't know.
She gave you the hint that what?
She was actually the Empress, Apollonia. But we didn't know it. We didn't recognize it at the time that we were standing face to face with her.
Yeah, the Dread Sister that met us outside the castle or the palace and gave us the dog tags were the
one that was actually talking.
And the one that actually spoke to us was Empress Apollonia II. In
Right on.
disguise, like Padme Amidala style.
Trite. Sure. Derivative. Yes.
So we made our way back down. And then, what was it, 3 days' time?
Yeah, you had 3 days.
Yeah. In 3 days' time, we did a little bit. Nothing really, though.
Nope.
Because we didn't have much to do. And then we made our way to the meeting place where we were going to find Master Thomas and the rest of the Ulek that we were meeting up with to head out towards the north.
Yep.
As we sat at a table outside a cafe, drinking our coffee.
As you do.
I don't think that was really what we did, but
That's pretty much what you did.
close enough. Master Thomas approached. I spoke with him about the unrest that was happening at the Mages College, and that our friend Mage Coralie would not be in attendance because he
Doesn't exist.
had other priorities to attend to dealing with the Mage College because they're what was the arcane
Professor Calypso.
Calypso evidently denounced the school and left.
That. Whoor.
And so Mage Coralie was dealing with all that, and so he could no longer go on the trip with us to the north.
I see.
But I had brought along my friend. What was his name? You didn't write his name down, did you?
Hold on.
His name shall be Dick McGee.
Dick Butt.
Dick Butt. You are now officially Dick Butt.
Oh, I gave him some.
Trying to see if I wrote it down.
You will now be called
Dick Butt.
John. Hey,
It's a good
Jeff.
name.
Why don't you write his name down when you come up with it?
I have a couple nicknames for you. I could use one of those. Too. I haven't told you a few of them. It's pretty funny.
Was it Edard?
No.
Did you give them your actual name?
No. Well,
We'll just make one up. Who cares?
yeah. Give
I
me
mean,
a second.
it's on session 6. Anyway, Ben's
Yeah,
character,
it's on session 6.
whose name
I was about to say, can
Is
you watch
something
the
else.
recording and see what it was?
would be the very end. We can move past it right now. We do not need it right now.
But my friend that was a scout of some sort, right? Oh no! You were
He's
a
in
member.
it.
You were a member of
He's
the
got to
Ulek.
find out.
A different. He was a
I'm a spear.
Ulek spear from the 101st, right?
Um,
I think we
from
just
the
made
5th
up.
Legion.
You were?
That's what the thing said.
Oh, right.
So
You
he
mean-
was a
you mean the
Ulek
dog
spear
guys.
from the 5th Legion
The 5th
That-
Legion? Right.
had been sent
Yeah,
over
pretty sure.
to add to the accompaniment. Can't remember the exact.
And then they played music together. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. And I thought I took notes, but apparently I didn't.
I thought I did too.
I always
but
think I
didn't.
take notes, and I
Doesn't it suck when you don't take notes? I have a whole thing of notes here. And, well done.
No.
And you're welcome.
You said well done.
The last time we played, I think, was the 23rd.
Where would I find the recording?
These were my notes. Whoa.
And everybody's gone.
Well, I'm not gone.
What just happened?
I think you just
We disconnected.
disconnected.
Why did we disconnect?
You probably disconnected because you're dumb. Anyway, you're immortalized on our screens. looking at your phones.
All right, we're reconnected.
Oh, you're back. All right,
Where can I find the recording for that session?
it's under session 6 in the playlist. The live streams, I think,
Sweet.
or TTRPG is definitely.
Sweet.
And you want to go to the end.
The end. Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I have in my notes. It's not very much. So Ritter Leon
Mhm.
is in your all's company.
Yes.
He is essentially a notable NPC at this point.
Yes.
So you guys have 3 bids for him.
He is our apprentice.
Yeah.
So 3 bits.
Basically, you can use him for 3 major. Like, he'll do stuff. He'll do major actions, but when you need to call upon an NPC in a grave way, you can do it in 3 times. Irea explains the mission. She's the executor. Cameron, your guy had met the other executor, whose name is Sai Petra. The old man that you had that scene with, and he showed you that square, very large, very heavy seal. The Empress gives your party 4 blank dog tags for the names, but the insignia allows you to pass as Ulek Hapelite Special Ops. So essentially, you're not witch hunters, but you're in that sort of circuit. She was disguised as a Dread Sister. Keys
Right.
was
She
approached.
gives us basically our bond cards.
Yeah. Your carte blanche. Keys was approached by... No, Keys approached, by M of Kun. Follow him to see where his... After the delays. You were approached by somebody, and you followed him. Clearly no one remembers it didn't happen. Sergeant Thomas meets them at the upper mid-rim, northeast, at around 2. And I left off there. I should do the whole, and, That's what it says.
No, that's what he carved.
Just,
That's what it says.
Just, That's what I wrote in my notes.
I think you mean,
No. See, it goes down.
No!
Right. Technically. Stop listening to that. It's a stupid name. It's a made up name. You literally made it up. Just make it up again. His name is Benema.
What?
Your name is Benema.
Venema.
I have definitely not been calling you that for months. It's funny because his girlfriend's name is Emma. Oh!
Hilarious. It's clever. My favorite of all of those was Dandy for Dakota and Brandy.
Oh, that's good. That one was good. The Dandy was good. My favorite for you. Do you remember what I used to call you? The Belge.
The what?
The Belge. You were the Belgian, just in French. Le Belge.
Le Belge.
You don't know why? You don't remember this?
No.
I called you the Belgian because you waffle all the time. I told you that.
Right on.
I know I did.
I do remember you telling me.
And I'm pretty sure you got mad. And you were like, don't fucking call me that. I stopped. But it's funny. I don't know why no one...
It was around the fire, so it was either at the Burl or the one across from it.
The Burl Arcade, I think. Anyway.
No.
Oh, across the road?
Other way across.
Oh,
Yep.
I don't know. Whatever's over there. Ethereal or whatever.
Yeah, Ethereal. Crank and boom. Good fellas.
Anyway, the point is, I have mean names for pretty much everyone. And I don't know why people don't have mean names for me. Do you?
I tend to call you the Luddite.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Will Lassie.
Lassie? Really?
Will Lassie.
Oh, Will Assy? Does anybody call me Will Assy?
No,
That'd be awesome.
I was just trying to come up with one.
Fine by me. All right. So we're actually going to start without Ben. Because, motherfucker. All right. Did you finally find it?
Actually, if you want to give... I'm going to take a break. 5 minutes.
Okay.
Max.
Okay. That's cool. I got to write that on my notes anyway. So, I can actually describe a little bit of the world. Actually, you and I can describe a little bit of the world. Let me throw up the map really quick. Actually, the map that Cameron made, that is not it. It's really good. Like, I was actually very, very impressed by this map. I just posted in the Imperial Sins thing.
But you promised to give me feedback because production's halted on that until you
Cameron,
you have the ball, right?
take your break. Motherfucker. All right. So, I'm such a dick. I'm sorry. All right, so, yeah, Cameron made this map up based off a few maps that I've drawn, that Tim Roberts has drawn. This map is awesome. It is in the proto stage, but it is really, really fucking good. Yeah, you guys can totally throw it down and see it. Actually, yeah, do that and I can guide you around the map. I think you can make it bigger. Hold on. Yeah, it should be following what I'm doing. So this thing
It
is
should be high enough quality to put on somebody's TV if you want to.
take your break.
Wow.
I am. I'm just not on screen.
My character.
Yeah, he threw down.
My character's name is Archibald. He goes by Archie. He's from the 5th Regiment.
5th Regiment.
Yeah.
Okay, write that
And
down.
he's a point, not a spirit. He's an M1.
All right, it is up to you to write that down.
I'm clear on that.
It's hilarious. So, yeah, Cameron made this. It's really funny. It doesn't have most of the cities, and a few other things are missing, but Cameron and I will work on this. it's just excellent looking. So this map is of the northern continent of Daloon, and up top here, this is where Lapis Regnum is. This is a different kingdom, or different, I guess, city-state. Really, it's a kingdom. Actually, a kingdom's kind of a city-state. Anyway, it's a bit of its own empire. It's sovereign, we'll put it that way. And the politics of this game deal with Calgary, which is a massive city. At this point, it's around 250, 300 miles of city. So almost this entire plateau, or I should say valley, between these mountains, the Canic Ridge here, the Calgary Mountains here, this is the city. And it floats because it's a fantasy game.
You said 250 to 500 or 250 to 3? 250
to 3. Calgary gets enormous. Eventually, it's essentially the size of like New Hampshire. Actually, more like New Hampshire and a few other states, because we had it based on like Mega City 1, which is fucking huge. Anyway, so this game deals with Calgary, which is essentially an empire that is attempting to take over Daloon. That happens eventually, pretty much. Most of this game deals with Calgary, the Warren, Estic, and Italsa. So this area here, which is where Johnny is from, he's actually from down here a little bit. This swath of land, can you guys actually see my cursor?
I've seen it a couple of times before on a crossover. But
this swath of land is called Italsa Estic, and Johnny's from the southern part, so the Estic part.
Yeah.
Saoirse the Good took this over, and basically these characters are Imperial Inquisitors, so they're like the CIA.
Shh, you're not supposed to tell anybody that.
Right. And they're attempting to root out whatever this insurgency might be, because this region is starting to have talks with this region up here. The intermediaries are the Elfin, who hang out in the Warren and Italsa, kind of in almost their own dimension. It's called the Twilight, or the Twilight Den. And yeah, what their mission is to meet up and stop that from happening. Cameron, when you're back, just let me know.
I'm good.
I read. So. Let me pop this up real quick.
Side question: what's the general terrain of the Warren?
It's technically in the book. The simple description of it.
Okay.
Which I can read in just a second. I need to navigate to it.
I'm not kidding. Oh, I know you're not kidding. It was just funny the way you said it. You're very dear to a lot of people.
What is happening?
No, it's like I asked him what
Ben,
your
Ben
mean
got super
name.
awkward.
I said, "What's your mean name for Eric?" Or what's his mean name for Eric? And Eric's like, "I know he didn't say it. It's probably because he didn't have one. Because everybody likes you. So you never upset anybody."
I mean, it's. I think you only get a mean name if you piss me off enough. Which is easy to do. Very easy. Okay, so I'm opening up the book. Cameron, it's actually slowing everything down.
All right.
Do you have a link to the book?
Of course I do.
All right. Well, if you will, pop into the book and read
I got it.
I need to close some of these tabs.
Yeah, you do.
Tab closer.
Close those tabs, girl. Oh, do it.
Okay. So, right, where the fuck was I? Man, that was a huge fucking tangent, ladies. The Empress calls upon her Imperial executors. These are the people that everyone knows about. To promote the propaganda within the Bonestone City, which is Calgary, and the Arazad Senate, that it is imperative for commerce and the Empire's future to obtain better trade with Lapis Regnum. Lapis Regnum are the Dwoven Isles north of Westmark and Reach. So this is the propaganda that is going on. Meanwhile, a call goes out to the clandestine Imperial Inquisitors, who are summoned to Supra to meet face-to-face with the Empress herself. This is what you guys just did. Of course, no one really knows that, unless they're in the know, such as Psi Petro or Psi Irea. The briefing goes somewhat like this. The group is briefed on the Hella Elfin and Dwoven about to meet and confirm a trade deal amongst their peoples. Itausa Estic will almost assuredly send people to bolster this meeting and to attempt to get on it. Doing so would strengthen both the Northern Warren rebels as well as the Northmen of Reach, threatening harm to the Bonestone City's northern and eastern borders. What were you saying?
The guy that was following me, he followed me a little bit, and I confronted him, and we spoke a little bit about the trade thing going on. And I was asking him about the leader of the Dwoven. And,
did you found out some dark about
and
him?
we found out. I found out that there was a Dwoven Kaganite Hugh.
Yep. Yep. So you know who Hugh is, okay?
We didn't know exactly who he was, but in talking to him, we figured out that was probably the guy that was the contact for the Dwoven going to the trade.
Right.
But we don't know what he looks like or anything really about him. We just know the name.
Okay. Yeah, Kaganite Hugh. Okay. You know that he's the Dwoven king, if he's a Kaganite.
Theoretically.
Right.
Yeah.
That is the hope.
And the rumor is that he was going to be at the trade deal.
Right.
As just the ambassador.
Yes.
Yeah, we're hoping it's Kagan IQ that shows up.
Right. Yeah, I forgot about that. And the guy I talked to was Hemming, I think.
Hemming? Oh, shit, you know Hemming. No, you did not talk to Hemming. That's for sure.
Who would Hemming be? Because I
Someone-
have that name written down.
Hemming is someone you don't know. Hemming is the diplomat.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
why he's written with Kaganite.
Right.
Just because Hemming is the...
Hemming is the diplomat who might be at the meeting. The Kaganite will not be there.
Okay.
The
So
Kaganite...
I had those
Yeah,
notes
you had it
mixed
switched.
around a little too much.
Kaganite
Okay.
Hugh is, and actually, one of you can just do a bid to know about the politics of Lapis Regnum, if you
Right.
want.
Right.
But you would assume, if he has the name Kaganite Hugh, then that means
Right.
Hugh King.
Right.
Hemming is a diplomat who is supposed to be
Yes.
there, and I believe what you
And-
found out was he's very close to the
Hemming
king.
is the Earl.
He is an earl.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he is the diplomat that's supposed to be there. Yes. Okay. I just my notes are not very well organized.
Okay. I wonder who you found that out.
Hemming is the Earl of what
Never mind.
is
I
supposed to
don't
be
remember
there?
his name.
Hemming is an earl. He doesn't know an earl of what. He just knows he is an earl
Mhm.
or a duke. So he's an aristocrat. And he is the diplomat who's going to essentially, who's going to essentially be the contact of the Hella Elfin and rebels, as we'll just call them, to Lapis Regnum. So Hemming is from Lapis Regnum.
Would I have found
Okay,
that out
and
from
so
Magistrate?
Hemming is the dwarven diplomat who is an earl or duke.
You don't know if he's dwarven or not. You can
Okay.
assume he is, but you don't know. What do you say?
Would I have found that out from a magistrate Barrowway? Would he be the one that?
The thing is, the name I have written down here, I have no idea what I wrote.
What did you write though? You wrote
It's
MB or something
it's
like that, right?
M of KUN.
M of Khan.
M of Kun.
M of Con.
I don't know what the fuck I was writing. It looks like I wrote like M, like Mr. or something, of Kun.
I have no idea.
I'm not.
Like I don't have anything.
We'll have to
online.
go back and look. It
Merchants
really.
of Car, maybe.
That's what it
Maybe.
is. Merchants of the
Merchants of the
Car. It's a guy from the Merchants of the Car.
Somebody from. Oh, that's right.
You got approached.
Right, because they approached me and they asked me to join the Merchants
Right.
of Car, and I went to see them, and I was like, "Hey, I've got this other thing I got to go do. I'll let you know when I come back."
Right.
That's right.
Whew. All right, hold on a second. I'm going to make a note of
Golly.
that real quick.
Khan.
M of Gun.
M of
M
Khan.
of Gun.
Okay, you
Give
guys
us
talk
Kun.
amongst yourselves and what you're going to do, because I'm just going to ask you here in a moment.
That's gonna be my nickname. I am the M of Gun.
What's Khan? I don't know.
I don't know yet, but I'm the M of it. But yeah. So at this point, we've met up with Master Thomas and the other 4 Ulek, which one of them, Ulion, he is a legionnaire, and then the rest of them are just Uleks. I have introduced Archie here to Master Thomas.
It's a Staff Sergeant Thomas, is it not?
He is a hoplite captain, is what I have written down.
I may have said both,
Maybe.
and I'll look in my notes here a second. But I have called him Sergeant. He actually he should be enlisted and not a captain.
Okay.
But he might be a captain. I'll have to look.
Sergeant Major.
Doesn't matter. All sergeants are enlisted.
One of them flavors a sergeant.
Yeah. Anyway, you guys continue on.
But yeah, we had met up with him and we had discussed kind of what the plan was, and we were leaving to go meet up with the others. Actually, I think we started drinking because we weren't supposed to meet up until like 4 hours later, and so we were drinking with the Ulek.
Yeah, we were just drinking at the market,
And we're
like
going
near the
to
port.
we were going to try to get the Ulek drunk and have them tell us secrets.
Yep.
That's what I'm doing. You're an Ulek. I'm trying to get you drunk too.
Cameron disappeared.
There he goes.
He's gone forever.
Gone forever.
Gone forever.
You still there, Cameron?
Yes.
Your camera's not.
The connection is fine.
Okay,
Give me a second.
you're good.
Connection's fine.
All right. So that is the skinny. You all have met up with the Ulek. And I will go on over to my drive real fast and make sure I've got all the peoples.
I've been practicing Cockney a little bit. No, I was trying to get it down so I could use it for this game.
You speak up.
Well, right, but I'm not doing it right now because I'm trying to get my head in it.
Right, but everything y'all should say
Yeah.
should be loud enough for this
He
microphone.
doesn't want it to be heard.
I don't think I want everybody to know that I suck at doing accents.
But it's annoying to be like watching a podcast and be like, I can't hear them.
Oh, that's fair.
It's like, well, we're broadcasting.
Repeat after me. I'm Michael Kite.
Michael, cut.
I can fly, Master Wayne. Alfred, no, that's a bin bag. I can fly.
I can fly. I can fly. I can fly.
Where is I? Here is Imperial Sins. And antagonists. Yeah. I made a whole document full of antagonists. Tell Tessa I said hello and get back on video.
Put your clothes back on, Cameron.
Quit sucking dick. I mean, suck dick, but, you know, you don't have to.
But if you're going to, at least do it on camera.
Truth.
You get paid for it that way.
Get us demonetized. Do it.
All right. So, the people. I've got such cool pictures here, but I can't show any of you. Oh well. That is Corallo Ton. I modeled Corallo Ton off of actually. I can. Oh, it doesn't matter right now. Fuck it. Irea. Right. So I have him, Thomas, as a Hoplite Master, because that is actually the rank. He is a Hoplite Master and head of the Arbon contingent of the Ulek Legion.
Arbon.
And Arbon is 100 Hoplites.
Could you spell Arbon for me?
Arban. The Calgarian military is pretty much based off of the Mongolians under Genghis Khan. So it's like decimal and such.
You said A-R-B-A?
Arban.
Yeah.
So quite soon, hello Cameron, quite soon, joining Hoplite Master Thomas, or Master Thomas, he introduces several people. And I misspelled all of the ranks, but it does not matter.
Ulion,
Ulium,
who is the Legionnaire.
which is William,
Miranda,
Miranda,
Edard,
Edard,
and Harry.
and Harrigan, the Witch Hunter.
The Beach Hunter.
So, as you guys know, the Witch Hunters, they're the special ops of the Ulek Legion. And they're attached to different details. They are wild cards. Usually people don't like them on their teams. Because,
Is this the same?
yes. Well,
All right.
now hold up. This is Harrigan, buddy. You need to know your notes,
Here we go.
motherfucker. This is a man. So I don't believe Johnny has
No,
met
it's
this
not.
guy.
Okay.
Johnny has definitely not talked to this guy. Okay, so Uliam, Miranda, and Edard. Edard obviously looks just like Sean Bean.
What?
He's going to be the first to go.
He looks just like
First
Sean
to
Bean.
die.
He's going to die so hard.
They are legionnaires directly under Master Thomas. They are clearly his fire team. Like Saving Private Ryan style, except, even smaller. So there's probably a better analogy there.
Fire team is good.
I like it.
Right. And you can talk to them as you do, as you will. You guys have some time. I know it is the bane of every storyteller to tell the players they have some time to do stuff, but you technically do. Before your boat, your airship, leaves, and you're leaving from the upper mid-rim, the northeast. So, you're all sitting there in this big cafe. Think if you've seen Inception, the cafe that they're sitting in, that European-style cafe. It's all steampunk fantasy, so there's airships flying around up top. You're in the mid-rim, so you've got tons of city above you, all Avatar style, tons of city below you. The industry and the smoke and soot from that is off that way. You guys are on the upper mid-rim, which means it's built in such a way and hovers in such a way that it goes away from the pollution. And it's an incredibly nice, brisk day. We'll say it's noon, and which is maybe a little bit of a retcon, but whatever. It's like noon 30. You guys are having mimosas at this cafe People are everywhere. Dressed well, it's very European style. So if you have not been to Europe, or you haven't been there much, like me, then think of like a movie where you see a European cafe. Bustle and all these sorts of things. And yeah, you are slowly over the next 30 minutes as you're sitting there talking to Master Thomas, met by his contingent of these 3 people. Eventually, and quite late, Harrigan comes along. Master Thomas will tell you who these people are before they get there. So you'll know that Harrigan is coming. So you all know he won't arrive until about 30 minutes before you're supposed to leave. So, in general, what are you all doing? You're all pretty much together, I believe. You don't have to stay here. You can come back. You can sit here and talk. You can go off. But we're in the present at this point. Just to tie up one loose end. Johnny, you had separated from them at the palace. I did that because you weren't there. And I don't like NPCing people. That is a scene that you and I can run, if you so will. We can do it later on in the week. But you can dig and kind of get some stuff and have some stuff for yourself. But essentially what happened was you were brought out of the room that they were talking to Sai Irea. And you were given a special audience with the Empress.
Awesome.
It's not one where you really talk. It's one where a decree is given. So we can actually run that if you so wish.
The one who looks like the Empress.
No, this is the one that looks like the Empress. The one who's on the throne, who's got the big hair coming down and everything. And, you know, the spear of fucking destiny and such.
Right.
The touchstone, as we used to call it. Yeah. It's a decree that's read at first by probably Sai Petra. And then she, very Elizabethan style, says some words, tells you essentially what you're going to do. But again, we can run that scene so you can have kind of like your own flavor and get something out of it if you want. I will type to you what that is. And if you have an immediate response, you can type back and we can play with it there. But I would like to run that scene if you want it to be super impactful. She hasn't spoke. So when she speaks to them, and technically you, because as the Dread Sister, it's not a public thing. The fact that the Empress, despite no one being in here except for the Dread Sisters and Sai Petra and yourself, the fact that she's speaking to you as the Empress means it is public. It's gone into the record. You know, Libris Omnibus, or whatever the fuck it's called. Okay. So, I'll type it to you. Go. It's on you guys. Don't include me right now.
I think our plan was just to get them drunk and solicit secrets.
Right.
Right?
And if we can't talk to them, then I guess we'll just talk to each other.
You can talk to him. Talk to him. Goddamn.
Oh, that's right. Hey, Johnny. What you doing here?
What's peace? Greeting. Where have you been?
We've been sitting here.
He slipped in next to you with a drink already.
Good, I ain't got to buy you one now.
So Johnny knows I'm not Professor Corley. I'm not the mage. I look like
Who was only in the mask?
Yeah, I'm not. I look like a Ulek scout. So I've got like the spear propped up, army sword, the leathers, and scout gear, like a forest cloak, and I look like a ranger, like a scout soldier.
Oi, Johnny. This here is Archie. Is that what you called yourself?
That's right,
Archie.
Archie.
He's a Ulek
Point.
Point. That's right.
It's a pleasure.
Pleasure's mine.
I think he's planning on being a scout for us.
He looks at his hand, empty. Okay.
What's the bar that we're in look like, or is it just like a pub kind of thing?
No, it's like a
It's-
cafe on the side
Right.
of the road in Europe.
It's the patio of a cafe, like on the side of the road, and there's just like a table out, and we're like sitting there drinking mimosas.
Like with the wicker
Evidently.
chairs and stuff, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah, so
Gotcha.
open air cafe patio.
I will wave at a server and get him to come over this way.
Wait, Johnny, you got places like this in Atausa over there?
Like this? A few.
That's good.
Not quite as, we have a few. In the town I come from, we had plenty. Is what they used to say. We had plenty.
Plenty? Plenty
Of course,
these?
those were the older ones who always said that.
Oi. The Upper Rim is about the only place I see places like this.
No, nowhere near as nice, of course. This is beautiful.
Their mimosas need to be a little stronger, though. Mine just tastes like an orange Bud Light.
Well,
My immersion. No.
it's funny.
You know, Bud Light. It's a beer that they water down. Makes it go further. Why are you laughing?
You went from Cockney to Jersey.
Oh, did
Yeah, you went from Cockney to Australian to to Jersey.
This is why I don't do accents. Because I'm terrible at them.
No, keep doing it.
Just keep on going. I love it.
Just
You must.
My accent is called Calgarian slums, maybe? I don't know.
Hey,
This is,
hey Nash.
Calgary
Hey,
Creole.
Cameron, maybe we get this. Hey Nash, why do you talk funny? Why you talk so funny, Nash?
Boy, don't think you got it.
You know what I'm talking about?
No.
He turns and says, I've lived in lots of places. Nothing?
Nothing.
Rewatch Highlander.
I have actually never seen that movie.
Really? It's on Amazon. It's on Prime.
Yeah. I kind of
It's a
dodged
solid-
it many years.
It's a solid fucking film. None of the others are. But the first one, it's got fucking Sean Connery. It's good. Although the second one has Sean Connery too, and Jesus. Anyway. Alright, yeah, that's what he says.
Wait, so Miranda there. How many fellas you killed that deserved it?
What do you good?
Uh-huh. I've been unscathed.
Really?
jump into your PTSD.
Right.
Yes. Do you remember who we're talking about?
I do love it.
The guy that's just blunt as shit
Let me find some
and has
Miranda.
pissed off too many people already.
Well, but you're-
Miranda.
I thought you were a diplomat, and
Yes. The reason
I thought you were an envoy of some sort.
the reason I'm a diplomat and an envoy is because I know everybody's secrets, and so they do what I ask them to.
Question: Are you all at this point pretending to be hoplites, like legionnaires?
No, I'm Kisapandi.
I'm the only one doing that.
Okay, so you have the three other. What about
I-
Ritter Leon? Are you having him as a
He
Ritter?
is my bodyguard.
So he's a Calgarian knight.
Yes.
No, what
He
do
is
you mean
my
he's
bodyguard.
your bodyguard? He's
Because-
mine. He's been with me.
The Empire
I recruited him.
went. Hang on. Yes, he is yours, but for the purpose of subterfuge, he's my bodyguard. Because if you remember, we talked about it, and the Empire is sending me in case things go bad and I need to make a business deal.
Right.
I'm the business backup for them,
Right.
right?
So
And so they're
don't-
sending Ritter.
Don't tell me. Make sure all
So-
of you know.
So Cameron, kind of what we decided on the last one.
Yeah, this is what you should be talking about.
Is that I am going in as the businessman of the group so that if they get to the trade and shit's already going down, I can work the Empire into the deal. Right? Ritter Leon is the knight they're sending with me to be my bodyguard so that I don't get stabbed and killed because I'm a businessman. And so that was kind of the angle that we played with it to get Ritter Leon there and me there without having to be disguised.
And I'm coming along as a point in the ULAC or the Scouts, because he decided that the fire team needed a scout since he'd met them all, and none of them are scouts.
It seems to me that we're dressing up like the bad guys to go crash something that the bad guys don't want to publicly. They want to happen.
Right.
No, they don't want it to happen.
So they don't want the trade to happen, right? And so
Publicly.
they're sending this group to try to keep the trade from happening.
So you're wanting to go in as antagonists immediately.
I mean, that was pretty much the plan. I mean, we're
Okay,
hoping we're so the idea for the entire group was that we were going to get to the trade before the trade happened so that we could talk to the Dwoven and keep them from doing the trade. Right? But if we get over there and the trade is already happening, Kisapandi is the backup plan business guy to make the deal with the people that are already trying to make a deal.
Of course, that's on the surface level. What we
Right.
all know is that, one, I'm a scout to help control the flow of information to the non-inquisitors in our retinue, basically the ULEC. So if I'm out ranging and scouting ahead, I'm the one coming back and telling them what I see, right? So they're making decisions based off of the information that I provide. So we can funnel them where we want them to go. And when we get there, it's essentially kill the Dwoven if they're king. Well, actually, the goal is kill the elephant or the Hella Elephant ambassador, kill anyone from Cersei's camp, kill the Dwoven ambassador and hope it's the king, and make it look like Cersei's people did it, and then go home. So yeah, I think pretty sure the goal is to just,
Fuck it all up.
it's an assassination mission. That's what it is. It's exactly
Well,
what it is.
It seems to me that a good idea might be to walk in. What if we were to pretend to be Circe's thing we walk in as though we are Circe's people, having already killed them, and then our people, dressed as Circe's people, kill them and say leave a survivor or two.
The rest of our people don't know this is an assassination. We are the only ones that know that it's an assassination.
Yeah.
Right. So you're telling me our group,
the
of
Imperial
people, will
Inquisitors,
not be okay with.
the Imperial Inquisitors are the ones that are doing the assassinating. The rest of the group, which is all of the Ulek, think they are just going to interrupt the trade deal. Make sense?
My question though is that when we arrive, you are going to be dealing with the Dwoven as the Empire from the get-go.
Only if we have to. What we are going to try to do, what the Inquisitors are going to try to do, is delay the Empire enough by funneling the information through our scout so that the Ulek don't get to the trade deal in time. Right? But the Inquisitors get there to deal with Sersha and the Dwoven separately.
We're going there to kill everyone, and we can't really use the Ulek unless we can trick them into it.
You're telling me we have to trick the Ulek into doing this thing?
Yeah, because they don't know. They don't know this is an assassination. They have no idea. The way that I see us doing this is like planting a letter, some sort of correspondence on Sersha's group. That's some dastardly letter, like mustache twirling. Yes, with this trade agreement, we can destroy the Empire. Style. Like, oh, well, we gotta kill this ambassador because he's a seditionist in the Isles in Lapis Regnum, so we gotta put him down too. Because if he goes home, it doesn't matter what happens here, right? We can't let him go home.
Yes, this is super complicated. all while also trying to figure out if Harrigan is on our side or not.
Yeah, honestly, Cameron. Here's the other. These are the other conditions. While we're doing this, if Leon ever gets cold feet, or tries to leave, or is done, or whatever, we have to put him down because he knows too much. If we get a weird feeling about Harrigan, well, double agents don't typically live very long anyway. So we don't like what Harrigan's doing, we put him down. We take him out behind the rock, and then they make eggs.
Yep.
Oh, Alfred Engels style.
Is this a new scene, by the way?
This is not a new scene, but you're about to be in a new scene.
Oi, so back to my question. Miranda, how many blokes you killed with that deserved it?
Cameron, that message is for you. Essentially, it's a yes or a no, and then we can run the scene later. If you want them to know,
Okay.
then you're welcome to discuss with them. Let me ask her how she responds. I'm looking at
There is a
the
treasure.
I was like, you actually have somebody playing
They're real
Miranda?
people.
I raise an
Wouldn't that be
eyebrow.
cool?
Well, in my head, I was thinking you got the girl group.
I've done it
some of the
before.
some of the girl
Oh, that'd be
groups to
so.
join up
That'd be
and-
so beautiful.
Yeah,
Like
that's what I thought. Was
little
gonna
bit of
happen.
revenge.
I'll actually raise an eyebrow at you asking that question. Straight for the gut, then, huh? Unkind.
If I'm going into the depths of the north with a bunch of Ulek, I want to know if they're worth the salt.
I'm trying to find out if I'd actually written notes specifically for it. I did these notes in 2 ways, and that's a problem.
I'm officially
I like that spoon. New spoons. New silverware.
No.
Hi, Tessa.
Oi, Tessa.
Hey, Tessa.
Huh. Don't have.
Well, since it seems Miranda's a quiet type,
Hold on. I got. They're all in the
Wait a
same
minute.
spot. I gotta find them. Oh. That's strange. I could have just copy paste that. I have notes on them elsewhere, but they were never finished. Yeah, so we'll make up her personality right quick. Bucket. RG. Let's do this, and let me jump on OBS really quick and see if I can pop that up. Discord, Firefox personality generator. So this is the personality generator I'm going to use. Boop. Right on. Do this. Oh, did they bounce? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes I like to use these personality generators and such. I think it's kind of fun in
Makes it
games.
really easy.
Yeah, it makes it easy, but also it's, I don't know, I just think it's interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, in OBS, there's actually a pretty big delay in this, so I kind of wonder, because I'm streaming on Discord and streaming this. Anyway, whatever. Okay, so for Miranda, type simple. Let's say detailed, not one. Can I not make? No, well, this is literally just random.
What do you want us to roll?
Oh, you don't have to roll anything.
It does it itself.
Does it itself?
That'd be
Wow.
plus one.
That is less fun, isn't it? Huh. It gives you a Myers-Briggs for the personality. That's actually pretty cool. I need to keep this one. I do appreciate the roles. Lists, G, fancy. Let me if I can find one that you can actually roll on. Personality generator, cool generator list. Type quantity. I don't want to do that. Actually, quantity is pretty cool. We'll do 4. Random. Say detailed. Quantity. Okay, this would be cool. This would be cool to roll. Let me find. So yeah, that pops up.
It
Okay,
has
so-
a little bit of heat to it.
So one of the things that I like to do is, in the event that there's an NPC that I haven't really developed or fleshed out or whatever, I think it's really cool you have whatever random list for personality traits, and you allow the players to roll randomly. So it's sort of like, what kind of person is that? So we'll make a little deal for Miranda really quick. I'm using, what are they called? They're not Oxford notes. What are they called? Not Cambridge notes. Shit. I forget.
Yale.
Stanford,
Yale notes.
No, it's not Stanford.
Harvard.
No, can't remember what it is. Anyway, there's a notation that I'm using. Cambridge? Nah, I can't fucking remember. Anyway. This is Miranda. And so one of the things, it's actually Mirinda, not Miranda.
Miranda, God.
I know.
Now you gotta
She's a
help
lady.
like
She's a
Miranda.
Legionnaire. And that is actually her rank, happily date Legionnaire. Okay, so let's throw down. Put that away. We'll say I'm gonna make it 6 because I like die 6s way more than I like die 4s. All right, what is her psychology? One of you roll a die 6. We're just gonna roll some d6s. That's easy.
That is a 1.
All right, you notice that she is insightful and strategic as you see, hold on, you need to know the stakes before you fucking roll, motherfucker. As you see, she considers for a moment your boldness, as she is strategic. Next will be the self-discipline. What'd you roll?
Where are you all? 5. I rolled
1,
5.
2, 3, 4, 5. All right. As you see her lean back in her chair, she was talking to Uliam, and he was like in the middle of a sentence. As you see that she just sort of restlessly, obviously bored with the conversation, just kind of turns to you. Her head kind of like, rests on her, in this position, her knees up, shoes on the chair, thinking man pose. And she's clearly just kind of bored, as she is easily bored. We're going to keep on going. This actually goes really well with her fate, which I actually, oddly enough, have all of their fates, just nothing else. Roll again. This will be her lifestyle.
Her lifestyle.
Yep.
That's a rich insight. This is a 6. I'm going from low to high.
6. All right. You can tell just by looking at her. And what did you bid?
I bid unscathed.
Unscathed.
Yeah. As she can tell I know how to fight, but I've never actually been.
I'm gonna twist that unscathed a little bit. You've been unscathed in many ways. With that, you can tell that she is a very independent person. She's almost, while these are her bros, she's kind of like she would be perfectly fine kind of on her own. And you can even note maybe she has like a pip or two on her insignia, which probably means she's in line to become one of the special ops herself, as in like a witch hunter or a dragoon or something. And she exudes that kind of initiative. Yeah, she is independent. All right, how about the social attitude?
6.
Same one.
6.
She's incredibly outgoing and she's gregarious and has great people skills. As you see, she's sort of sitting there looking at you. She smiles a little bit, seeing that you're testing her and whatnot. She says, I've killed my fair share. How about yourself?
I actually don't think I've ever killed anybody.
You see Thomas kind of turn.
Oh,
and
there was that one guy.
How do you
I don't know if he died or not, though. I stabbed him and ran away.
as the Oolite kind of look at each other, and she sort of is looking at you. She's very insightful.
I've been mysterious so that they don't know I'm lying.
Sure. She's both insightful and strategic, and kind of wonders about you. You can see that she doesn't know you're lying, but she's not convinced. We'll roll for honesty and honor. I think that's you.
Oh, it's me?
Don't fuck it up.
And this is a 2. I'm going to go see if she can something with my car.
Oh, damn it.
Go ahead.
As you can see, no, I'm saying damn it on this. She's obviously dependable and has a clear system of standards and beliefs. She seems very centered.
Oh, damn it, I can't fuck you.
Very dependable.
Ah, good. Dependable.
Did you all not hear the garage door open?
No, I didn't.
I thought I heard a garage door.
Nope.
About one of this one.
Uh,
Sorry, what was her?
she's dependable and has pretty clear systems of standards and beliefs. You can tell just by maybe the waiter comes by, and she uses, because you're speaking in Ultima, the the language of the common language of the city, and you see that when she addresses the waiter, she uses not the highly respectable terms, but it's the whole. If you're in, I can't think of another example other than the fucking Nazis. God damn it. But the idea of like anytime you meet someone or you greet someone, you heil. Like she does the whole, Empress be praised or Apollonia be praised, and then ask the question. As you can tell that she's been raised and is in the mindset of the Empire made sliced bread. You know immediately just from that where her honor lies. We have 2 more. Emotional capacity.
4.
As she does that,
Stunted and withered.
as she does that, she just says, "Yes, Empress be praised and such and such. May I have whatever?" As you can see, she just sort of moves on beyond you, not caring at all. She's so bored, so apathetic, and just in general, like a fucking fruit fly. But her heart's in the right place.
Oh no!
Good roll there.
So she's easily bored and apathetic.
That's why she's going to either the dragons or the witch hunters. Because you guys have met one witch hunter. Johnny has met perhaps other people in the special ops. Typically, they don't live long. But, they have a certain thing. Okay, current emotional state.
I will roll one.
Whoa, welcome back.
Oh, yeah. You may roll a d6, because this is the last one.
Will. Aren't we the scouts?
Okay, go to the stop. 6.
The current emotional state.
It's the worst one.
Oh, that's...
Okay, Google. Stop.
Stop it, Google. Oh, my God.
That's going to happen in a couple of minutes in a second. Actually, let me mute this again.
As you see... oh, wait, let me turn that off real quick.
Oh, the scouts? Oh, the scouts special forces too? Or special ops? Because there's the points, spears, in 1 and 2 and 3.
I'll look it up in just a second.
Alright.
As you can see, you being the one who bid, and you'll gain all of this. This is what you gain from your bid. Just sort of, you're gauging her. This is what you gain. And if you bid as well, you can gain this. As you see, she's obviously displaying these personality traits. And then as she gets her drink, she sits back and you see she's just kind of fidgeting. As the truth of it, while she is independent, while she is easily bored and outgoing and all these things, she's insecure right now. And you put together why. If you throw down, you'll need 1 success for limbo. The threshold is 1. Can you break that, get 2, and you know what?
Mind or wits?
I'd say wits. Or mind, either one. You can do either one. If you sleuth it, mind.
I'm going to go wits.
Like Sherlock Holmes is like, indubitably, the chalk on their shirt, therefore. Wits is more like, you just have the common sense to put it together.
1, 2, 3, 3 successes.
Yeah, you blow it up. This is surely not her mission, or her first mission, but you can tell that she knows how important the mission is, and she knows how important it is to her career. She's about to get a promotion.
If
But-
this goes well.
if this goes well. So this actually matters. You can tell that her teammates or her colleagues, her colleagues probably know as well. And she's obviously insecure. She doesn't know who you guys are. Being a strategic and insightful person, she kind of feels like maybe something's up. There's a Calgarian knight with you. Johnny is some guy, some lord. Like, there's a few things that don't add up, and those are variables. Yeah. Okay. That's that one turn. Next.
I'll keep talking if you want me to.
I'm just here to drink until the boat gets here.
I just got here.
Okay, we can move along if you guys don't have. If you're just wasting time, we can move along. If you want to get something out of it, we can run this as basically the last encounter for this scene. It's up to you all. If we continue here, we will be fleshing out these characters and figuring out what happens, which is all good. We can do that.
Cool.
That is not a yes or a no.
I'm down to do that. I'm also down to move along. So, but I think fleshing out is always fun.
I feel like we should flesh these guys out just a little bit. We're going to be traveling with them.
As I
All right, now back.
What do you want, Archie? What are you waving at me for?
come here.
I think he wants to whisper to you.
All right.
Well, I need you to
What?
pick me up real quick on who this person actually is. I listened to most of it, but start the description again. Give me the beginning of this.
Mirinda is a legionnaire, and
What's her name?
Mirinda, and she's with your guys' fire team. Really, only Kisa Pendi got that description because he was actually bidding. So
Okay.
it's not ultimately important yet, and we can go over it later.
That's all I really needed.
That's the basic.
Thank you.
Yep.
Boy, you make a good point, Archie. You make a good point. I like it. It appears we're missing one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
As you look over at Thomas, Master Thomas, he's sitting there, drinking his drink and such. He says, yes, the witch hunter. Dink. Well, he'll be along, and if he's not, he kind of shares a glance with his men. Good riddance.
Appears as if you all have about the same opinion of witch hunters as I do. As I bid small detail, and I watch Mirinda to see if she flinches at that, to try to get a hint on whether she's supposed to be a witch hunter or something else.
It's the wrong die.
Well, I want to bid sociable real quick, if you don't mind,
Go for it.
to laugh at Master Thomas's joke and clank him like a soldier, like a man, like a brother in arms.
Okay, sure.
So I want that to be one of those things that if the only thing he remembers about me tomorrow is this bit, that I'm building a soldier's bond.
Okay,
Right.
sure. Yeah, you bid sociable, and we'll have you describe it in just a second. As you're watching Mirinda with that joke, and you're paying a lot of attention to how she responds, you notice that Johnny does what?
Well, wait a second. I need to call for some information that I might have missed that
Okay.
might have been said while I was. He's her boss, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to pay particular attention to how she reacts to me just chuckling about, good-naturedly about people who are hard to deal with.
Okay.
Right?
Sure. All right.
So he just, Master Thomas makes the joke. Johnny Ricks is like, clanks his glass just like out the side and goes back to drinking. Almost like Thomas doesn't really have a chance to cheers him back at all. He just does it.
Okay. Question.
And I'm going to watch how she reacts to that.
Question. So is your bid to gain a rapport with Master Thomas, or is your bid to gauge Miranda? Because you can only do one as a major action.
I can only do one.
I mean, you can do one in a second, but the bid has to be towards a specific purpose.
This bid is specifically to build a some sort of rapport with Thomas.
Okay, so we'll go beyond that. As you guys see Johnny do this, and Thomas stands, and they do like a we'll say like an Ulek, not chant. What is it? What like military and such? They'll have like the
hoorah.
The hoorah thing, whatever it is, because Johnny is a warrior. You would know it, or at the very least, you've probably fought the Legion before, so they're. Maybe you've drank with them before. Who knows? As they do a hoorah thing, like whatever. I don't even know what the fuck it would be. I'm not a military guy. You're a fucking fireman. You're a goddamn police aristocracy. What the fuck? Give me hoorahs.
Police aristocracy.
Yeah, give me fucking hoorahs.
We don't hoorah. We're not the military.
Yeah. We don't.
The military hoorah.
Let me get some bourbon. What bourbon can I have?
Yes. Finish off that 4 Roses.
That one?
Yep.
Oh, that would be a very nice thing. I am currently rocking the KG.
You can have more after the 4 Roses because there's not a lot in there. But
Would you like some? This is the international sign for would you want some?
Sure. Yeah.
there's that one and then there's one.
Okay. Do you want some?
What, holding more than one glass?
Thank you.
It's Mama home. I knew she'd close. Finish it. Hello.
Hi. Hey, Lauren.
So while we're taking a drink break, I want to ask some questions because I was paying as much attention as I could. I want to ask you two, what's your thought process on this Miranda person?
Yeah, that'd be you guys.
This is an out of character. Cameron was not paying attention as much as he needed to be.
We're just trying to get a bead on who we're traveling with, get to know them and their personalities.
Maybe get a heads up, a pre-plan on who we can manipulate and who we can't.
Okay, because I'm going to tell you right now that Johnny's whole, if he doesn't know what's going on, or if Cameron doesn't know what's going on, he's going to basically just start making friends with everybody.
Yes, making friends with everybody is a good thing.
Yeah.
Miranda, we kind of get the idea that she's up for promotion soon. Maybe into the witch hunters. Maybe more into the dragoons. Not sure yet. We're still filling that out. But she seems to be loyal to the Empire, but apathetic towards anyone else besides her or the Empire.
She's like an adrenaline junkie, so it's hard to keep her attention.
Right.
Okay, cool, because I came in when you guys were rolling for stuff, but I missed about the first half of the thing, so...
She's basically highly dependable within... as long as you have the correct expectations for her, she's very forthright and dependable. But she is a adrenaline junkie who gets... she's just going to wander off and get nosy on accident. Yeah, as the hoorah goes off and everything, I'm saying no one wants to be near that flamethrower when it goes off. I understand that.
It seems like she's somewhat uncomfortable, but not offended, as you realize Miranda was not going for witch hunters. She was probably going to be a dragoon,
Yeah.
which means she knows
She's the
theurgy.
rifleman.
She knows how to use rifles.
She knows how to do what?
Theurgy. So she wants to become a dragoon. So essentially, a mounted rifle person.
Rifles is what you said. Okay, now I'm gonna set a precedent real quick. If I say what, I want you to repeat the last 4 words because your mic cut out or whatever. Just
Okay.
what? Repeat the last 4 words, or the thing that matters. Right?
Instead of what, because everyone says that. Let's say
Repeat.
bugbear or something.
Repeat that. Repeat that.
Repeat
Come
that.
again. Repeat that.
Let's do repeat that instead of a safe word.
I think bugbear's way better.
Aardvark.
Big words are for pussies, man.
Is that the safe word?
Yes. All right.
All right. So, what are you guys doing?
So Edard, am I saying that right?
He looks over. Sorry.
Wait, does that mean that Miranda has a rifle currently?
Speak up, please.
Does that mean that Miranda has a rifle currently?
She does not have a rifle on her that you see.
Okay.
Okay.
Idar, hold
Then
on.
how do we know she
I'll tell you. What did you just say?
I asked if I was pronouncing Edard's name right.
Idar turns and he says, "It's Eddard."
Eddard. All right. I'll try to get that right next time. You handy with that thing? Is that point to his weapon? Just nod towards it.
As he looks down, Hoplite, they fight with spears and also with short swords usually, or aring swords or short swords and knives, that kind of thing. This is not his rank. He pats it. Of course I am.
I'd imagine you'd have to be if you were a part of the Ulek. If you weren't good with it, you probably wouldn't be there.
Not for long.
As you see Miranda kind of look over, well, he hasn't been here that long, and they all kind of chuckle a little bit, as he does look quite young.
Oh, are you the greenhorn?
You see him sort of, his feathers ruffle up a little bit.
Yeah.
You said it's a short sword.
Recruit.
May I?
As he looks at you, and we will roll again. Okay, so these are the rolls for...
Let's do it a little quicker this time.
We'll try.
Yes.
These would be the rolls for Eddard. So, everyone, roll a die 6. We'll go around the clock.
3.
It'd be psychology, self-discipline. Cameron is lifestyle.
3 for psychology.
Okay, you can see Eddard is obviously quite logical, as he's got that little pause before he answers, and everything is quite exact. Self-discipline.
2.
He's very consistent. You can tell that as you kind of make fun of him about his age and stuff, you see his feathers ruffle up, and he doesn't have anything to say because it's
kind of true.
It's
but
kind of true.
Fuck you guys anyway.
Yeah. All right, what did you roll, Cameron? This would be lifestyle.
3.
03.
He's holding it up.
Yeah. As his feathers ruffle and Miranda like slaps him on the back, and he kind of loosens up and chuckles and drinks some of his drinks as he realizes, yes, he is with friends. you guys are about to go off to battle. You can see that he's, a flexible kind of dude. He will eventually get it. As in, he can survive in an uncomfortable situation. All right.
He looks like the kind of guy that's probably going to make it.
He looks
That's what you're saying?
he looks like the young guy who he was like, I'm gonna go serve my country, and he'll probably get blown up. That's what he looks like right now. All right, let's roll 3 more. Social attitude, honesty and honor, and Cameron, you have emotional capacity.
A 1.
Excellent. All right, social attitude. Outgoing, bring out the best in others, and dislikes being alone. As you see, he's here, and he's not gregarious necessarily, but he is absolutely, you can see him fitting in with the crowd. Honesty and honor.
I got 4 again.
You see, he's got the little rose of the ancient empire, or ancient empress, Amelia of Roses, as he is obviously from Calgarian line and is probably very loyal. Cameron, emotional capacity.
I have a question. Is this like an Edelweiss, or is it more of a
It's like an
hereditary
Edelweiss.
thing?
It's an Edelweiss.
Edelweiss. Okay.
As to what rose it is, I don't fucking know. It's going to be the rose of the empire. I haven't decided what that is. We actually do. It's a white flower. It's It's like Edelweiss, isn't it? There is a white flower that you crush up and do stuff with. We'll get to that later. It's an Edelweiss type.
The whole
thing.
idea is an Edelweiss was the mark of a guy who was so badass and so into it enough that he, climbed a mountain to get this special flower to show his support and show how much of a badass he is for king and country.
Yeah. So this guy, they do that. They hike up the Canic Ridge, and if you go balls out, then you hike up the different 4 mountains, get the 4 flowers, weave it into a little 4 roses, which is Amelia of Roses, and we'll say that he has 2. So he did. He's young. He did 2 of them, and eventually he'll make the 4 roses of her line. I dig that, Cameron. Write it down. All right, what did you roll?
He has 2 roses. You said 2 roses?
Yeah.
Out of 4?
2 flowers, yes. What did you roll?
I rolled a 2.
All right.
Die, don't lie.
Actually, this kind of goes along with it.
Right.
As you see him, he's got this awesome Edelweiss-looking thing, mark of someone who really cares. But instead of, 4 is like the mark of you've been to all 4 hills. 3 is what you need to, have the clover kind of thing, right? That's the symbol. He's got 2, which means, he went 2/3 of the way and then stopped. He's inadvertently apathetic. Well done.
As I'm holding up.
What? It was what apathetic?
Inadvertently. He didn't mean it. He got called into dinner or something.
It wasn't his fault.
Wasn't his fault. Okay. It was him, but it wasn't his fault.
As I'm sitting there holding out my hand to see his sword.
He'll look around to make sure that's okay to do, because you're not an Ulek Legionnaire.
When I see him looking around, I obviously look directly at Master Thomas as I'm like.
As Thomas kind of looks, and you see him kind of sit back and wait to see what happens.
As I'm like, I directly look at Master Thomas, and I even point as I point to Edard. And then when he does that, I look back at him.
As Ulium sits forward, and we'll roll for him. Okay. Let's change it.
I need a question.
Yep.
What did Eric ask him?
I asked him if I could see his sword.
Ah.
And then I held out my hand for him to hand it to me. And he keeps looking at everybody else to tell him if he can or not.
Well, you get the feeling that you're not really supposed to.
I know.
And he doesn't really know what to do in this company. As Uliam sits forward, Master Thomas sits back to watch what they do. You get the feeling probably that Master Thomas will not allow, it's like, can I piss on this flag? He won't allow that to happen. But he wants to see how far it goes.
I will look before
Right.
anything.
It's like, no, you don't give up your weapon. Ever.
Before
Do
anything
you
else,
trust this guy?
go
Well,
ahead.
that's on you. But you never give up your weapon.
Right.
But you trust him. It's that continual thing. Yeah.
I look at Miranda because I know she's got that wild streak, and I say, "Oh yeah, I can't look at Will." 2 drinks, he does it. 2 drinks, he gives it to him.
You say that to me?
No, I say that to Miranda.
Miranda looks over at you. What do you bid?
I did mercenary.
Oh. Miranda,
Good.
Miranda, who is easily bored, says, done.
Yeah. No, he won't give it to him. So I say, okay, Greenhorn, do you give him the sword or not? We got drinks riding on this now.
Johnny,
Drinks riding on this.
Johnny, what are you doing in all this? Are you getting? You
I'm
see the
making the
bet?
whole thing on. I'm making it worse.
Okay.
I'm making it worse. I'm asking. Sorry, I just forgot his name. I am asking
You got Uliam.
Eddard.
Oh,
I'm
Eddard.
looking straight at Eddard. I'm like, don't you trust your comrades in arms?
Oh.
And I'm like winking at other people.
Are you going
I'm
to
making
bid
it
on
worse.
it, or are you just saying it? So the difference would be, it's a minor action if you just say it, which means they take it into account.
It's a
But if
minor
you
action.
bid on it,
It's a minor action.
okay. All right.
With a follow up on that, I say, yeah, you got plenty of your comrades around the table. They'll protect you, even if he has it. It's fine. We've got him outnumbered.
Johnny, will you do a reaction roll wits?
Reaction will of wits. Absolutely. I also, when he says that, I'm going to go devil's advocate for him. That's my plan.
Cool.
You wanted a...
Do this first, real quick.
We like have him outnumbered. You can give him your sword. It's fine.
What I'm doing for you is I am taking it as you were sort of the protagonist here. I keep on using that word.
Me?
But you're the one who's sort of gaining all of the deeper insights.
Right.
This is all based off that one bid.
Yeah, I'm antagonizing
Yeah.
all of them
And
to
they,
figure out who they are.
and you two, or Johnny, am I pointing the right way for you guys? Doesn't matter. Johnny and Cyprian, or Archibald, are sort of playing off of what he's doing.
Mhm.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so you know that. Are you going to
I'm
do any
playing along.
bid on top of this? If you don't have to, I'm just asking.
I'm going to after we figure out what Ulion does.
Okay. Okay, so Johnny, that's what you did. Minor action, you did that. What did you do as a reaction? What was your successes?
You asked me to roll an aspect, which is a D10, correct?
No, your action die is a die 10, and your aspect is whatever your wits is. Which one of these?
All right. And starts at
The
4 at 0 or 1?
Say that again, sir.
I wrote this down as ranks rather than die type, so what is the first?
I'm sorry. I was telling Jacob, Jesus. I was telling Eric I did not want to drink Wild Turkey 101. Are you sure? Oh, large sounds fine. I mean, basil's like $60, man. I'll do your.
No, that was like $30. I got it from Costco.
Fucking insane.
It was like $30.
Will,
I got it from
this
Costco.
whole bottle, $15. You guys should probably be able to get it for 10.
I will have some of that one.
Well, you know, KG, at least you're keeping it real. Down in the Florida. Well done, sir. We shall all cheers.
Did you just call me?
What?
Excuse me.
Did you just say call me the woman on the moon?
Drink your shit and drink some of this. No, I didn't. But I should have, because that's awesome.
It sounded like you said Chengji, whatever. I don't know.
Chengdu.
I don't speak.
Jesus Christ. Trying to so scary stuff.
Did I give you-
really not that
Yeah, I'm good.
good of a person? Hold on. I gotta get a mix.
We're going to drink with you. Hold on. Don't get a mixer. What the hell's wrong with you? We're doing Kentucky here.
It's fucking $15 a fucking handle, man. I can mix all day long.
All right. Cheers. Scald, Cameron.
Waiting on you, big man.
Don't worry, internet fans. We'll just
We'll
hold
just
it.
sit here and hold it.
We'll just hold it.
We're
just-
doing it Kentucky style.
We just like to hold
Always waiting on the guy from Florida.
it. Is that Sprite?
Sprite.
I know. I know how you mix drinks, Cameron. I'm well aware of how you.
Cheers.
Cheers. Scald. This is so much better than that Four Roses.
Oh yeah,
All right.
way better.
All right.
Listen,
So,
the whole idea was that I was going to be making a bunch of Kentucky mules,
I do like
but I ran out of ginger beer.
Yeah.
So
yeah. KG's fine. Whatever. I mean, for mixing is fine. Okay.
that's right, right?
Back on the topic. So what did you roll for your reaction? You need to do a action die, which is the die that you always roll. That's a die 10. You need to do whatever aspect die you have, which is your wits. And you said you had the rank what?
So
You have rank 1.
4, 6, 8, right?
Yep. Oh, wait. No. 4. No.
Nothing. 6, 8.
No. Your
Okay,
ranks
four.
times 2 should be the die.
Ranks times 2, so it's a 6. All right. All right. And I take the better of these.
No. Hold on 1 second. We took away the weak D4.
I thought so.
So rank 2 is the die 4. Rank 1 is nothing.
Thank you. What's up?
Sorry, that was some Will getting confused by 1.7 versus 2.0. Okay, so how many ranks do you have in wits?
Why I asked him.
How many ranks do you have in wits?
What? 3.
Oh, yeah, you have die 6. So what you're doing here, in 1.7 you would take the better. But we're not doing that, we're doing 2.0. 2.0 you're looking for successes, and the way you get successes on a die are 4 and above or 8 and above. So if you get a 4,
Do I add these together, or do I give them to you independently?
you add them together. So if you were to get a 4 and a
2
5,
successes.
that'd be 2 successes. If you were to get an 8 and a 5, that would be 3 successes.
All right, so you want me to tell you how many successes I've gotten, not my total number.
Correct.
I got 2 successes.
Okay, what did you roll?
6 and a 2.
So you only got 1 success.
Okay. I thought you said I add them together.
So check it out.
I haven't actually been. But
When you
I've
roll
been
your die
doing
10,
a little bit of it.
roll it.
Which I came up to 6.
That means it's above a 4. It's a 4 and up. So that's 1 success.
Okay.
Now, your other die, roll that. It is.
It came up as a 2.
So it's not a 4 up, so it's nothing. So on every die,
I see.
So on every die
If I
you
had
roll,
rolled an 8 on my die 10 or better, then I could have gotten 2 successes off of that one die.
Right.
If I had rolled 4 or better on my die 6, I would have gotten additional successes.
correct. Yes.
Then I got 1 success.
Yeah. Okay. Now, do you have any proficiencies?
Something I'm going to write down because hold on a second.
Cool, dude.
I'm writing down things. need to be specifically described.
Yep.
Um,
And this is for viewership.
this was an aspect roll.
This is the this is not an aspect roll. It was a reaction roll.
Okay, never mind. It is a reaction roll.
But here's the thing: any roll you do, almost always is exactly the same. You're rolling your action die and your aspect die. You in fact just threw down. That is what it's called, throwing down.
Okay, I threw down. You asked me to throw down, which means I did not have to bid to do that, right?
Because it was a reaction. Right.
The only thing that makes a reaction roll different is that I don't have to bid to do so.
Correct.
Can I bid to get a reaction?
Yes.
Can...
Now, my question, just mechanically here, do you have any proficiencies that might allow you to re-roll on a wits?
Wits. Well, it depends entirely on why I'm doing wits.
Well, it depends on the wits. So you what the
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Why did you ask me to make this reaction roll?
what you have to do,
Because I'm drunk.
what you have to do as a player is be like, well, I want to re-roll that, or do you? If you do, you look at your character sheet, you're like, oh, I've got proficiencies. Hey, could this work? And you ask.
Okay. I need you to remind me of the reason you made me do this reaction roll
I didn't
so that I
tell
can
you.
make the right decision.
I didn't tell you.
So, what happened just prior? Help me with my ADD.
No, you don't know.
Well-
I just asked you to do it. You don't know why I did.
What?
Well, then how do I know if I have a proficiency that would help?
It's a reaction.
Braxton.
Your reaction is, think of it this way. Let's say something happened. Let's say a mosquito flew by you, and I give you a wits roll.
Braxton.
If you don't make it, you don't know a mosquito flew by you.
Right. I'm asking you for what it is I'm rolling for. I'm asking for clarification.
You don't know.
What?
You don't
I'm
get it.
telling
He's
you.
not gonna
Cameron.
He's not going to tell you.
Cameron, what proficiencies do you have?
I have a underhand roll for blades, firearms, nimbly, plimbly, daredevil, silver-tongued, and eyes of all.
Eyes of all.
Just rank 1 in all of them, yes.
So, mechanically, the way it works is sometimes you're aware, sometimes you're not. Right?
Right.
In any situation there is, you can get a reaction. That's usually up to the arbiter. So something has happened, or maybe something could have happened. Maybe I thought perhaps Johnny might notice something. Maybe
Okay.
Johnny might
This is
put something together, and I asked you to make a wits roll. So if you have a proficiency that deals, or that you can make a good case, deals with wits, which is noticing shit, then you might ask about that. Now, if you want to
That's
just
what
know,
I've been trying to get from you. What is this doing? Am I noticing something? Am I what? That's what I needed from you. Okay. Then I will use the rank 1 proficiency in Eyes of All to reroll my wits die. Is that correct?
that's a die 6.
That's correct. It did not end up netting me a success regardless.
Okay. So mark that proficiency off as exhausted. One
Gotcha.
success.
Cool.
One success is all you need.
No, it's good. I wanted you to. There's going to be a little bit of integration issues here, because I'm not in the room.
Yeah.
So we're going to need a greater level of clarity.
Sure.
And that's what we're figuring out right.
And you're used
Okay.
to playing 1.7 as opposed to Redux or Relapse.
Well, no, I've got Redux. The last time I played DreadLore was 1.7.
Exactly.
Right. So, what you notice, let's see if I can remember. Right. What you know.
Sorry about that.
I don't know what you're rolling for.
Fuck. What you notice is that the guy who is being called Archibald, who
Who has been?
you know, I'm assuming, guys, that
We didn't tell him.
you have no idea who this guy is.
No, this is just some dude that's drinking with case of Pandy, right?
Yes.
Like,
He's just some
Yeah.
guy.
I don't know. Some dude.
And,
Keys is here.
that's the Ritz.
I'm
That's the
talking-
Ritz. And that's the Ritz. That's the Wits roll. It dawns on Johnny at this point. Wait a minute, who the fuck is this guy? Because your wits show you he's not a part of Master Thomas's team. He's with Keesa Pendi. And the thought dawns on you, where's the mage? Who's this guy? Wait a minute, who the fuck are you? That
Cool.
dawns on you. Because I'm not going to allow you motherfucking ass to metagame this. Oh, you gotta got the beard. Oh, I'm acting different, motherfucker. Cheers.
So all that
Okay.
to do that.
I keep that shit to myself.
Will never be
I
spoken
keep
of
that
again.
shit to
Great.
myself. You're basically telling me that I notice in game that this guy that I thought was with everybody and Keys is only with Keys. Gotcha.
Correct.
Yep.
Now I can play correctly. Thank you, sir.
Which also means that this dude, since he is a scout in the Ulek Legion, did not go to Supra with you and meet the Empress, does not know the real mission, is not in the know, and shouldn't be, because he doesn't have a little coin thing.
Yes, indeed.
Which means if they don't play their cards right, they look pretty fucking treasonous. If you're
All right.
gonna play the game,
Having figured all of this out and being in the right spot, I'm going to go pee real quick and come back.
I am a dick.
35
That's
seconds.
great.
All right.
You do
That's
not
what this
mind.
game is.
So what is
As
Right.
Dalian?
Ulium. Now let's roll for Ulium to see what kind of guy
Right. Roll for Ulium while he's gone.
And we're switching it up.
What are you trying to figure out?
I was looking for how to spell his name. But
Ulian?
Ulium. It's William with a U.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I don't spell anything right. So
Oh,
I
I'm
spell
sorry.
things how I hear them.
But I thought that was a D.
Write it,
So
write
it's
it,
No,
write
it's
it,
O.
write it
It's
phonetically.
OOLEON.
Don't matter to me. Don't matter to me.
D6. Psychology. A 4.
Hold on.
Come on, bitch.
Bitch.
I think, isn't that apathetic? What I rolled?
I do.
But
red.
that was on.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That was on the other.
You're rolling for psychology.
Yep, 4.
You got a 4. He is a very rational person, you notice. He's obviously, psychology-wise, you can tell that he does not want his fire teammate to make a gross mistake. For self-discipline,
5.
very thorough. All of his shit is clean, put together. He might even have a certain perk that you all know. Or gift, I should say.
Oh, man. I was sitting there. I was going through my head. I was like,
Maintain.
Cameron, you back? You're not
that's
back.
not one I've
Okay,
ever had.
go ahead and roll.
I have
6.
You see, this will be for social attitude,
Mhm.
as he just scoots up, butt cheeks almost off chair, like one cheek on the chair. He's kind of in your grill a little bit, very extroverted. He's not unhinged, but there is a loose cannon aspect. As you see Thomas kind of looking at him, wondering if he's going to have to hold him back as the guy's forward. And we'll see what he says here in a second, as we even know what his fucking personality is. Go. This will be for honesty and honor.
1.
Uh, you can obviously tell, he's rather upbeat and excitable.
Are you talking about me?
Nope, talking about Uliam. All right,
Excited
Cameron,
and extroverted.
you have 2 rolls to make for Uliam's personality. These are D6s. The first is for social attitude.
5.
Hold on, wait.
Don't.
It'll only hurt you.
Social attitude. What happened?
I don't know.
No, on like 6 levels.
What the hell are you two doing?
Look, there's a situation. I need about 5 minutes. Okay.
All right.
I broke a thing of tomato sauce, and I have to clean it up. Hang on.
I'll roll.
But there is less, Tessa.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, please do.
A 1.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna fucking mute him. Just a second.
Well, that.
Yeah, just fucking muting the hell out of him. I love him, but Jesus.
A 1.
Okay, what are we doing for that?
We did psychology.
Lifestyle. Yeah, he needs to do lifestyle. So you rolled a 1?
Yep.
You just did social aptitude.
Yes.
All right, he is obviously overindulgent.
Oh, wait, no, 1 was easily excitable. I did that.
Okay,
Yeah, you did
roll
easily
again.
I did it.
This
4.
one is for
4.
emotional capacity.
I got that 4.
So,
You keep rolling that 4.
Yep.
Hey, 4 is a success, so
Yeah.
keep rolling that 4.
okay. You can see that he's family oriented, and despite him not having a family, these are his family. As he is very protective, as he smacks your hand down, and he does it hard, like with this like meat glove of
Okay.
just calluses.
Do I need to
He's
spend
kind
a
of
cunning to act first?
That's a good question. I'll give you a reaction roll because he's not technically an antagonist. He's an NPC.
Do
Okay.
you want to come off as...
As in, he's not attacking you.
Right, I know.
Do you want to come
I-
off as having faster reflexes than
Yes. Like, I want to be sitting there
Yeah.
like this,
Yep.
and as he swats my hand,
You don't
move
need-
my hand out of the way and then put it back.
You don't.
That's my plan. You want me to roll a reaction?
You
or
don't
you want
need
me to
you,
bid?
don't- you don't need you don't need to spend cunning. You could actually I'll give you the choice. You could spend cunning because you're spending resources no matter what you do.
Right.
Spend cunning, you do it. You bid, you do it. It's whichever one you want to do. Cunning is more of the mechanical aspect,
Right.
whereas hey, I'm a hero. Recognize. I'll give you this caveat. If you do cunning, you do it in such a way to where you do it unless you've already made a decision.
Go ahead. Explain to me the different ways, because
If you-
one of them might intrigue me more.
If you do a bid, you have, obviously by your bid, control of what it looks like.
Okay.
Of how you do it, everything, etc. If you do cunning, it's one of those situations where it looks like you have really fast reflexes, and
Okay.
that's it.
Okay.
Like, it's like, huh, and you just kind of do the turn, and you're just not there, and people are like, oh!
Okay.
It's not necessarily, oh, you're a badass. It's more like, you reacted.
Okay.
Cunning is just mechanic.
I'm going to bid then, because I want more control. So as I'm sitting there holding out my hand and all this has happened, and then I see Ulion as he reacts to this and scoots forward and like is reacting quickly to me.
No, he's going to hit your hand.
And without my head turning, I look at him with my eyes, and as he goes to swat, I pull my hand back very,
Definitely.
like I know it's coming.
Yeah,
Like I can
just-
see it coming. I just like, whew, as he misses, and as he misses, like as his hand goes by, I put it right back where it was, and then slowly turn my head to him as I bid reevaluate, as he realizes he underestimated me.
Sure.
Point out
As
cards.
he does, and you see Thomas, actually you won't see Thomas because You'll feel the room change basically, or really you're outside. You feel the atmosphere.
I know
change.
Thomas sees it.
You feel the atmosphere change. You see Thomas kind of, do this because this doesn't make a lot of sense with who he's supposed to be.
Right.
Miranda is bored. She's just sort of watching. Edard is watching. He's too mixed up to figure out what's going on. Ulian, being very rational, swats and kind of like almost comes out of his chair because he was so into it, and he pauses, and then just says, he kind of gives you an eye, turns to Edard and says, "Put that away. You're not supposed to give it to anyone that's not enlisted." As you see him, you see Edard gain the confidence now as he sits back in his chair.
Shit.
Oh, is
Miranda kind of nudges you.
is that some kind of thing? Y'all ain't supposed to let us touch your weapons? As common folk?
Thomas leans forward. Well, we all know no one here is common folk. As Miranda is like, "You back? You sure?"
I was coming up to be like, I was going to interject that I do something to try to include everybody at the table in my reaction to what he just said.
Yeah, if you want a bed or something, you leaving? Where are you going?
No, I'm still cleaning up a problem. There's a bunch of fucking glass on the ground. Do you need me to bid, if you will? I'm a little bit cultured. I'm trying to influence the situation to bring us all together in a group.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. That actually is really good right now.
Yeah.
All right.
So I look at Master Thomas and say, "Well, I thought you were supposed to be the straight up and down one. Uliam here ruined all the fun."
As Uliam kind of looks over and he says, "You just lost a bet."
Well,
That's why you're mad. As you see Johnny kind of like laughing and whatnot and ordering drinks and
that was his decision to make. And no, so that you know, Uliam's wrong. The reason why you don't give your sword to him in this instance is that we're in what rim right now? They'll lose their minds if you unsheath a weapon in public.
Also, it's like, do you want to give that guy your weapon? That means he's got your weapon, not you. Because that guy, you don't trust that guy. And I'm pointing directly at Ben.
as you guys all chitter chatter back and forth, and you're all friends. Okay, so unless you want to make a scene of it, which is perfectly fine, we will move on from here. We'll do a little bit of a montage. This is a few hours go by. Some of them get up, they go get food, they come back, and let me see. Protector, that's who he is. Greenhorn, that's who he is.
Private Ryan.
He's Private Ryan.
He's Private Ryan.
Miranda is obviously the rogue, but she's not a savant. She's not a rogue. She's the person, though, that's gonna go to greater things. She has the future. What do you call that?
Aspirations?
But she's not just got aspirations. She is in the line to do it. She's doing it. She's gonna do it.
She's the hero.
No.
Story.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Cameron?
Destined, storied.
It's a little storied. I like storied, but the thing is, she's not a hero of the age. She's the person in the friend group that's successful. She's whoever that is.
Stilted? Is that a word?
It is a word, but it's not.
It's the opposite.
Right. It's not
Stilted means Stein.
Word.
Right. That's the
Word.
unstilted.
Actually, unencumbered. Ooh, Unfettered.
Unfettered is a great trait.
Flying high.
Unfettered.
I like that. Unfettered and flying high goes really well with that, actually.
Yeah.
So depending on, we'll give her more. We'll give these NPCs. They are fuck. They're named NPCs. I forget what they're called in DreadLore because I can't remember the game. There's notable and there's something else. One is more important. There's a narrative. That's what it is. Narrative and notable. Right now, all of these NPCs are notable, which means they are noteworthy. If they become narrative NPCs like Ritter, Leon is, then they can gain more. They can grow and gain more traits as you guys see fit. So she's unfettered right now.
Leon is Simon the Bold. This person just showed up.
Right. If you're flying high, that means that she's gaining something. So you latch on to whatever it is. Okay, so montage scene. Over the course of this...
I still have to clean shit up.
Cool, do it. Over the course of this, the few hours before we start the game, do you guys want to accomplish any maintenance? This is the montage scene. Remember, there's no rolls, there's no bidding, there's no big medicine that goes down here. General shit that you would normally do. You have the time to do it over the next few hours. Boom. What is it?
No, because, I mean, we did all our prep, like getting rations and shit before we came to this meeting.
Y'all have rations, y'all have your shit.
This whole section of time is just us building camaraderie with these people
So
so
you
that we
build
understand how to
camaraderie.
manipulate them.
All of you can gain a
That's the
trait.
point.
You all gain a trait. It's whatever you want. But it needs to have to do with camaraderie of this group. However that is, if it's with a specific person, perfectly fine. If it's in general, perfectly fine. You can use that in obviously different ways. But you all gain a trait for that kind of shit.
Cool.
You can
I'm going to
use-
finish cleaning this up. Give me 5 minutes. I will also have that trait when I come back.
Cool. We're going to take a 2-minute break to use the bathroom, to get some water, to kiss our fiancés, and chill. So we'll be back in 2 minutes.
Y'all say.
Or not.
Oh, she's in the shower.
We are still streaming. So if you guys want to talk to the camera. Maybe.
The camera.
You got anything?
This is the biggest 5 years, except for my life. I got this. My life is over. Okay.
I was leaning toward the guys.
Speak
Yeah.
up so they can hear you.
Yeah, I forgot we were streaming still,
Yeah.
even though you just said it. I'm trying to figure out how to word my trait. Because my trait wouldn't be tied to a specific person. It would be tied to my ability to
What is in here? One of the
understand their mannerisms. And I was trying to think of like the typical Ulek, right? So like,
The typical Ulek could be a placeholder trait.
oh, I figured that was.
This
No,
this is a tip, man.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever broken
I was trying to think of something that was like Ulek common or something. I don't know. Common was a terrible choice,
That's
but
so military, or what was that? How do
I
you
like
use
that.
This
I like,
One of the
I like
current.
that. That's so Ulek.
So Ulek.
just paper towels themselves there, right?
I don't think you played your cards too openly, do you, Eric?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right.
I wanted them
I
to
am-
realize that the reason I was chosen to do this was because I could.
Hmm.
And my original goal was to have him hand me the sword, and I was going to mess with it some so that they would realize that I know how to handle it with it. Right?
Yeah.
But I got the same point across because when he went to slap my hand, I moved out of the way of it. Right? So I can read a situation and be able to handle it,
Cool.
Yeah.
which kind of gives me the same prestige, for lack of a better word. Same prestige.
so that they realize I'm not some pud that's hanging around and they send this guy to talk to people.
Yeah.
Like I can actually survive.
Yeah, no, I mean that actually will be valuable. You'll have earned some of the respect.
Right. I didn't want them to think that they had to spend their entire time trying to keep the businessman from dying.
Well, they've got the Ritter for that. That's
Well,
the
right,
Ritter's
right.
job. Which Leon didn't do anything in that scene. That's probably our fault, but
He didn't need
I don't think he needed to.
No. If they had started like being aggressive towards me, then we would have had to do something.
Yeah.
But
So by the way, the Imperial Knight says no. You can't do that.
right. Well, I'll let you see it if you let me stab your hand first. Then the knight would be like, "No, you can't do that."
There's a mosquito.
All right, Tessa, I think yours.
Be honest.
There's a mosquito in your bathroom. There's a mosquito in your bathroom, and I was like, I can't breathe out because they're attracted to
CO2.
carbon dioxide. So I was like, so I'm like out of breath, like for real.
I am happy that we integrated into the group with that, soldiers, humor, and banter.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to skip forward and just go on with the stuff because, I mean, that's the meat and potatoes. But I like to season the potatoes first.
Right?
Right? And so
This is why-
I had to talk to him.
This like you can't. We need.
This is why me and you can't play in games alone together. we end up spending 2 sessions in the same room talking to the same people.
That's awesome. I love it.
We could sit around and have conversations as ourselves, or we could have conversations as fictional characters.
Right.
Just the 3 of us.
And all of them are so much fun.
Let me see what I got here. So we have, we're sitting at about
Opal, off.
concurrent viewers. Hilarious.
Were there any viewers?
There were 2 at one point.
I was about to say, why do we actually have current viewers?
Not right now. People are kind of put off by long-standing live streams, I've noticed. But I'll do highlights, and I'll do episodes. These specific sessions, the way that I'm going to do it is I'll cut out big parts of the fluff and just chunk it out in episodes. So there'll be like 2-3 episodes. 2-3 episodes per. What?
What does he keep doing?
He's freaked out.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Oh, he might need water. He's out of water. So you want me to fill him out?
Somebody pet that dog for me.
I didn't realize he was out of water.
This is bad, and he doesn't have any traction on this floor.
Yeah, we're working on getting some rugs. That way he can.
All right, I see. It's a good thing because right now I don't leave my space, so I have my studio, which you see right here, and then the rest of my space. But because I'm in Florida during the coronavirus, like, I just kind of don't leave, right?
Yep.
I also have a porch.
All right.
But and
Are
it's
we good?
awesome. In this,
Are we good?
I was simply saying that I think rugs for your dog is a kindness.
I wasn't just asking you. I was asking them
I'm good.
as well.
Ready to go.
I'm ready to go. I
All
have
right.
to stretch, but I'm right here.
All right. So, as I'll wait for him to sit down really quick, and then I can make this announcement. So I'm doing live streams like 4 times a week. Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I'm doing some other stuff for Patreon as well.
So you're actually doing the thing. Fuck yeah.
So, well, thank you. But
I'm
Mondays,
listening now.
Mondays, Cameron, you all know Mondays. It's game talk. It's between Bad and I. Of course, people can jump in. Gesundheit, Braxton. Sundays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, I'm doing discussions. So if one of you wanted to jump on and just chit chat, Eric, you'd be awesome to do so. Cameron, you'd be awesome to do so. Because those discussions can be about anything. It could be about Full Sail, could be about firefighting, could be about coronavirus. I don't give a fuck. If
So
Tessa,
just general bullshit podcast. Got you.
if Tessa is
Fuck yes.
interested in talking about like theater and all that good shit, and I'll signal her and you know, as in send her a message and figure that out. But she's welcome to do that as well.
Yes, you can hear you right now.
Okay. Hey Tessa, I'd love you to be on a guest on my live stream. Okay. So we shall do this.
She said, "Wait a minute, hold on." She said she can't hear that well. Tessa, he basically said he'd like you to be a guest on his general bullshit podcast.
That's right.
Oh, that's really cool. Thank you.
That was beautiful.
I love it. All right. So, to finish this scene up, the scene's finished. You all grow as a bit of a fire team, as a, what's the word? There's camaraderie built between you all in different ways as you've gained that trait. It is a new scene, so if
What
you
was
have,
the trade? Oh, we just some random trade that
It's a
deals
trait
with
you want.
us doing this.
Trait
Okay,
you
got
want. It is a new scene, ergo, any traits you have exhausted, you regain.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
If you have lost any plot armor, those are traits, you regain them.
Yeah.
When it comes to wounds or sanity, which I don't think anybody has lost,
Nope.
Then you would be able to regain 1. All right, question at this point, have any of you, and this only pertains to shit that has already been written down on your sheet, have any of you achieved any goals at all? This is your minor or major goal that is already written. If not, perfectly fine. I'm just checking because it's after a montage.
No. Mainly
I
because I
see.
don't have a minor goal. I only have a major right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this.
Technically, one of my minor goals was to. So I would. Here's the deal. Then I'm going to let you make the decision
Okay.
on this. I am demonstrably closer to my major goal.
It was kind of my thing.
Okay. That does not count.
Given that. Okay, that was my question. Like, I don't have none of my minor goals have been done. I am demonstrably closer to my major goal.
Okay.
So I was going to ask you if that helps.
You're definitely there. My question is this: what is your major goal?
Take back a Tausa.
Okay, that is not a good major goal in game
Okay.
mechanics, and that's because you don't achieve that right out.
I know what you're saying. Then my major goal then is to form a network of contacts to help me do such thing.
Okay.
So my major goal is to form a network of contacts.
Let me see this really quick. Oh Lord.
This is a question we should have had, a conversation we should have had beforehand. But
Yeah.
I'm glad we're having it now.
I'm reading what you responded to my message.
We'll deal with that another time. This doesn't have anything to do with that
Okay.
because we'll deal with that another time.
Okay. So, this is what I'm going to do in your concerning what we just talked about.
This is the only thing here is that I was on a much grander story process than I should have been for making a major goal. So we could say that I don't have a major goal until now, which if you don't want to give us anything for it, that's perfectly fine. It also gives you the opportunity to give it to us if you want to.
So, this is what we'll do. Leapfrogging off of that. Johnny has accomplished several things towards his plug. What is his plug right now?
Right now, his plug is
It should be on your
for
sheet.
this game.
Yeah? It's on your sheet, right?
What I'm telling you is that my plug was for what I had no idea what the whole thing was. So I have his like next major like life goal thing going on. It doesn't pertain to the game,
Sure.
so I don't have one for it.
Okay, your plug, at least, and this can change, but the reason for Johnny being in the game is he wants to regain his kingdom.
Right.
That's your plug. So that is a trait you can spend. And it's a big fucking trait. Now, this is what I'm going to say. I'm not going to say it's major goals, and the reason I'm not is because it will mechanically, it will not be beneficial to the player. Okay? We're going to say, instead, you have accomplished 2 minor goals towards your plug. And what that does mechanically is this. It doesn't do you any favors, okay? Because you have full cunning, you have full breath, right? Is that right? Do you have your cunning and breath written down?
Yes, they are full. I haven't. The last time we reset, I haven't done anything that.
Okay,
used those
that's
things.
fine. That's fine. So what I'm saying is this. I'm going to say, and you do not need to mark this. This is something that I, as an arbiter, mark.
Okay.
You've achieved 2 goals. They're minor goals. Once the group gets to 12, it doesn't matter if they're major or minor. Once the group gets to 12, cumulative, everyone advances.
Is that a function of 3 per player, or
No.
is that a function of
It's not a function at all.
something else?
What it is
Okay.
it's a summation of if you do 5 and he does 4 and he does 3, y'all level once. Now,
That's my question. The function is because there are 3 players, there is a goal of 12. Who gets them, whatever, doesn't matter?
Correct.
Or is it...
yes,
I'm asking specific questions.
yes, you're right.
Okay, cool.
So what you
That's
need,
what I needed.
what Johnny needs to know is you've achieved 2 goal points. When you get your 3rd goal point, you will advance. So, you
I
need
will advance, but they will not.
Correct.
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 Okay.
All right, so that's cleared up. At some point after this game, you should have a major and a minor goal, and everyone should.
We just figured ours out.
I have a better idea of how to create this. I will have that for you next time.
Cool.
Yeah, we were sort of holding off on goals because the
Until things got started.
Because we didn't know.
campaign didn't
We
get
didn't know where it
started
was
until
going.
we got
Right.
a mission.
Exactly. Like, why would I have a major goal for our group if I don't know what our group is? Yeah.
Yeah, and I have taken a little bit of this into account. Just in case I forget, at the end of this session, you will all advance. As I believe you have advanced at least once before.
Yes.
Correct.
I have it. Yes.
Okay. And that is to take into account the idea that you don't really know where the game's going.
'Cause we didn't want to make goals that put us out in the weeds away from the campaign.
Right. Okay.
Tessa, you are visible. Now you are not.
Hi, Tessa. All right. So, you all make it to the airport. What do we actually call those? Because airport was just hilarious. They're not airports. It's air docks. You make it to the
I will come up with a really cool thing. I will bring in dirigible, and I will bring in other things. I will come up with a really badass fucking name, and you guys can vote on it. In fact, I'll bring 3 to the next session.
Cool.
Spire.
At the airship port or the airship dock, you make it. You do. You get on. It's a smaller dirigible. Has Ulek markings. Ulek markings and such. It is an airship. I won't describe it in too much detail because just think of a fucking airship. Think of a a sailboat that flies and has a blimp. Has some fucking turbines and shit. Just imagine that. Use your goddamn brains. As you get on there.
Okay. How big is the biggest one versus how big ours is?
It doesn't matter at this point. Because I want you guys
Okay, we'll talk about it.
I want you to get to the next scene. We'll deal with it, but not yet.
Right.
As you sail through the sky, there is a veritable crew. And when I say crew, I mean this is an airship crew. You notice that they are greasy, in Thurgic grease. A couple of them are dwarven, so they're of smaller stature and such. No, they're not fucking your character, okay? And they're not your character either. They're probably fucking him, but they're not him. Hold on, let me roll.
No, go.
No, I'm gonna roll, goddamn. You came to look. All right. On an 11 or 12. Not on. It wasn't on the.
Yeah, it was on the.
As you look over and you see a fucking dwarven, the captain of this is not him.
Of course not. At this time, he wouldn't be a captain.
But one of the crew happens to saunter up, his 4-foot ass, and he seems rather interested in everything. He's quite annoying.
Hey guys!
And his name is Grothrit.
What was it? Because I didn't actually play with that character. What was the name of it again?
Grothrit. Grothrit's soul, isn't it? Grothrit.
Soul.
Yeah, soul.
S-U-L-L, I think.
Yes.
You can tell, those of you that have any Thurgic
I
knowledge,
made an email for him. Me too.
you can tell that this is a person who understands Theurgy in a way, or science, in a way that others don't. And in fact, he's not the chief engineer of the airship engine. He's not the chief engineer of the airship engine, but you can tell that the chief engineer pretty much just listens to Grothrit.
Okay.
So, as
The
you
only
guys,
reason this guy is chief is because he's been doing it longer. This guy actually knows what's going on.
yeah. Also, and you might even sense something else. This is totally backstory. It doesn't matter for this particular campaign. This is, what do they call it? Easter eggs. You can tell that it's maybe not that Grothrit is not older. Because you guys are in what age? Paragons?
Yeah.
In fact,
We're at least on the age with Paragons going to the next thing. Both
Right.
all are available.
in fact, it's almost like, as if you talk to Grothrit, it's almost like after you talk to him for a while, he says a few things, maybe like he uses some old terminology by accident, and you get the sense he's actually really old. Like
really fucking old.
like thousands of years old.
Like he was born in the age of alchemy old.
But we don't get there. There's a mysterious quality, and it won't even impact your minds until after you've left the ship. But after you've left the ship, you all can gain a stupid fucking trait. And that trait has to do with you have met an age hero. A hero of the ages. You have met one. This is after the fact. So in hindsight, you're sitting there and you're like, holy shit. Did I just meet like a fucking Hercules? Or did I meet,
John Connor?
John Connor? Or did I meet an Achilles? Or who did he fight, Achilles?
Hector.
Hector. Did I meet a Hector? A named person. So you guys gain a trait, which is ironic and metagaming for you.
Yes.
Love
it.
It's Hector. It's Hector. You gain a trait, which is you have been around that, which only kindles your own fire. Because you guys are protagonists in and of yourselves. The streams have almost crossed. All right. So gain that trait. It can be any trait you want. So, fuck it. We'll say that because you met a hero. I'll leave it up to you all. We'll say what your trait is. So think on it. You don't have to think right now.
Good call.
Yeah.
Continue.
Okay. Basil Hayden Dark Rye. All right. So you head north across the Canic Ridge. I will post this. This is thanks to Cameron's awesome maps. Let me post that real quick.
Hey, the more you put on this map based on where we're going, the better your map will be.
Oh, yeah.
It's fucking 4K. So,
And it's
like,
It's a little bit sweet.
it's
give
something
it to me.
it's something that you and I we'll need to sit down and have a powwow about.
Hey, never.
All right. So
Yeah, you're looking at the map. Come on. I've got that map up in this. What are you doing? I've got the next version of your map already.
Because it's too smooth.
give me just a second. I'm fucking up bad. There we go. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think you would either.
All right. So you pop into Calgary, or you're in Calgary. You leave Calgary from the northeast. Can you see my cursor, Cameron?
Yes.
Barely, yeah.
All right.
If you move it fast, it blurs. But
All right.
I am big and I can see it.
So what you do is, according to this map, you would actually go a little bit northeast, a ways here. And Cameron, we will talk about the discrepancies later. It doesn't matter. The point is, though,
Is there actually if there's actually a pass between there, I'll make it quick.
yeah, we'll deal with it later. It doesn't matter right now.
Okay.
The point is, if you
Okay.
see where my cursor is now, you see it?
Yes.
Towards Itausa. You start heading due east across the southern part of the Warren towards Itausa, and you land right about here. You see that? This is just south of the Ao in Paris, leagues north of Itausa, due east of the Warren Mountains. You're about 100, maybe 200 miles from the coast.
Okay, that's important. Hang on a second. I gotta put this in a different section. Give me a second to get back to the right page.
Oh,
Fuck it.
damn.
That's writing. Okay.
Oh, it's
200 miles from the coast.
That's delicious. All right. Let me go demystify that cream. Cream.
me and Ben actually didn't expect you to like it because we figured it would be.
No. The rye is really good. Okay. Cameron, you ready? All right. I wanted to give you some time to make some notes because obviously the map is important.
Yep.
All right. And that's a whole live stream you and I can have a conversation on. Right. So that's essentially where you're going. You're traveling a few hundred miles. When you land, imagine the Fellowship of the Ring, dun, 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 as they're walking over the fucking New Zealand hills. You're seeing that out to the north, the Pass of Cowardice, right? You're seeing these huge rocky mountains. Those are the Ao and Paris mountains, which I have not named yet. Massive mountains.
They're the frostbite.
Oh, from the frostbite. Off to the west, you see the Appalachian-style hills. They're not as towering, but they're impressive. You're in the rolling hills of northern Itausa. This part is called the High Steppe.
I always like to refer to them as the sway, because if you look at them while it's snowing, it looks like they move.
There is the Sway and the Sway Mountain. That is true. All right. And as you descend, you see the White Sea, which is out to the east. You descend into the forest. This is...
How can we see the White Sea? It's 200 miles away.
because you're really fucking high in an airship.
Gotcha.
As you descend into the deciduous forest, coniferous.
Pine, if it's mostly pine, it's coniferous. If it's got oak and ash and pine, then it's deciduous.
And
Ash.
ash.
It's in the Osh.
Ash.
I like it in the Osh.
Medicine alone.
Yggdrasil ask. Okay, yeah.
We digress.
This will be pine,
Often.
evergreen, and such because you're getting north, and so it's coniferous. Yeah, as you descend into it, this is like what old Kentucky used to look like, and it's dense as fuck. As Grothrit, does anyone interact with Grothrit?
No.
If you do, it could be dangerous.
No. I'm not trying to dissuade, divert farther from the point.
You see, he's got a little crazy in his eye.
You will note that Mirinda, the person, the Ulek Legionnaire, who's hopeful to become a dragoon, actually does talk to him quite a bit.
I wanted to look at my hand.
And
what do you think of this?
you're welcome to do that. You will become a friend of Mirinda real quick. As if you want to have that scene, it's fine. Or that encounter, I should say. It's up to you.
Do it if you want.
Yeah.
You guys will note that Mirinda has been talking to Grothrit here and there. It'll take you a good 3 days to move and maneuver. You, those of you that have any kind of astrology or navigation will realize you're not going in a straight line. You're moving at different altitudes and all sorts of things. It seems a little bit random. Mirinda spends time with Grothrit and talking about theurgy and this sorts of things. And all of you gain the knowledge that Mirinda has an idea of how theurgy works. She is not an engineer, but she knows how to use stuff. She's a user. Yeah? So, like, we know how to use iPads and applications, so she is to theurgy.
I will at some point when I get the inclination that Grothrit is little more than he seems as a sort of theurgist. I know I'm going to go into the woods for a little while, and I would like a professional to inspect my hand cannon.
Okay, what do you bid? We look like a bunch of alcoholics. I have a bookcase of alcohol, and you just have bottles of alcohol. Cameron looks like a goddamn hippie or a witch.
We're sitting in wicker chairs and stuff.
We
It's
are.
fine.
We're sitting in wicker
We're classing it up. We're classing it up. It's okay. It honestly looks like we're here having brunch, if not for night out the window.
Truth.
I will bid Polyglot and actually refer to him as like a Dwoven honorific. I'll use what few words that I know from
Dwoven?
yeah, from like Lapis Regnum and to the south and Norholt and whatnot, and actually refer to him as a modern honorific for the Dwoven.
Okay. You say Psy and Dwoven.
Indeed, I say Psy and Dwoven, and I just say this: Psy So, Grothrit So. you're not part of the Legion, but they seem to defer to you in matters of clergy. We're going to be roughing it for a little while, and I don't often have professional of your caliber nearby. Could you take a look at my sidearm as I pull the hand cannon out of the holster and unload it? I'd like to make sure that it's working properly before I hit the trail.
You see that he, while you're talking,
Jesus.
while you're talking, he doesn't pay attention at all to what you're saying, as he's like engulfed in whatever he's doing, as he's just like tinkering with this thing. As you do all these things, and he's like, man, you are way too formal. as you pull out your hand cannon, he stops and he like looks at it. And then he looks at you and he's like, how did you get this? As he just like takes it from you. As he's like,
It's a skexy.
It seems very well made. As he sets it down on his workbench and he starts tinkering with it. As you see him doing things, and to you, you're like, oh, don't do that. Oh, don't do that. Oh, that might explode. Like, but he's just like, what?
Do I need to leave and come back?
No, you can stay. As he like pulls out a little vial and he's like, oh, good, very, very safe, very safe.
So, what do you bid to know a little bit about your hand cannon?
It's like, was that just a litmus test?
Because you can absolutely now make a bid if you want to have something known about it.
As he hands it back to you. Very well made.
I'll bid my period of life. I've been hardened. I've been around long enough to not be naive. I've had some adventures. I've had this for a little while. I'm acquainted with the weapon.
Yep. Okay. So, do you want to know anything about it, or are you just saying, "Hey, I know what it is"?
I mean, you asked me to make a bid for what would I know about the weapon. So I know it in the sense that I know my hand, or I would know any.
Oh yeah, then you know exactly what it can do and all these sorts of things. I guess what I'm saying is you're showing it to him. Are you wanting to find out something new about it, or are you just showing it to him?
I asked him to make sure that it was functional, that there wasn't anything that I'd missed in the way that I was maintaining it. My expectation, because meta-wise, I know Grothrit.
Yeah.
He never leaves well enough alone.
Yeah.
That's not what Grothrit does.
Okay. What are the specs on your hand cannon?
It is a. It says. The mishap die or chaos die is D6. It adds D6 to damage, and it says 3.
Can I take some creative liberty on this?
Of course you can.
I can't remember what the 3 stood for.
However,
I'm gonna let him, like, if he's
speak aloud.
Oh.
He can hear you.
I can hear you.
I
They can't hear you whispering, but I can.
So he has a chaos die.
Yep.
I want to make it where once per scene, he can re-roll the chaos die.
Okay, yeah. Sure. Okay, so
You have one flaw in your hand cannon there, sir.
I'm going to give him a choice, though.
There's a crack right here, as he points it out to you.
Speak louder.
If you get any of the Thurgy dust in that crack, it will explode.
I'd seen that crack before. I was concerned. You can't fix it.
Oh, no, not now. Give me 3 months. I could probably fix it.
I don't have that long.
Of course. And you won't find another Thurgis that could. At least not in that amount of time.
So
As he goes back to his
So
business.
what do I do?
Don't get Thurgis dust there.
You mean like
Okay.
I'm not a third.
When you're loading the gun to shoot it, be very careful where the extra dust goes. Careless hands could prove dangerous. Very well. As he scurries off.
All right. So here's what is gonna happen. What can happen? Basically, you're attempting to give him a reroll on the chaos die,
Right.
the mishap die of your weapon, which is pretty powerful. It's actually better than even raising the die. So, what we will say is that you gain a trait. It is a mulligan proficiency that pertains to your weapon.
Ah.
Now, if you already have one of those, you get the upper hand. It's the rank 2. It's up to you.
I do not.
All right, so you have the mulligan proficiency for your hand cannon. Or hand cannons, that kind of
Indeed.
thing. So you can spin that as a trait. You gain that from Grothritz, pretty much showing you how these things can fuck up, which means you get a mulligan for being a little bit more careful under duress.
Cool.
All right,
Thank you,
I read. All right, as you guys land, Cameron's like, I am unimpressed.
I love Crawford.
All right, as you guys land, Johnny, technically you guys are in northern Italsa, which is, as you know it, or as the world knows it, Italsa Estic. But as Johnny knows it, northern Italsa. He knows the differences. In this land, this land is your land.
Yes, it's not. It's my land.
It's your land.
It's not your.
You have been here before. Now, whether you've been in the AO in Paris, that's up. You don't. Who knows? Probably not, but maybe. The Warren, that's entirely up to you. But Italsa, Johnny has been here, so you're not lost, and you know the dangers, etc., etc., etc. So you gain a trait.
Yeah.
As you wish,
Okay.
dealing with this, what I said. You don't have to name it right now. You can have it as a free trait that deals with it here in 10 sessions. Doesn't matter. Okay? So keep that as you wish. But
Right.
this is your
I
place.
will assume that means that this is the area we will be in for a bit. We are where we're supposed to be.
Oh yeah, you guys are where you're supposed to be. You'll know a few things about this place. You'll know that in Italsa, and if you read in the book, as in the actual document, I should say, you'll know what Italsa, what it says about Italsa. You just Italsa and Estic, Johnny knows all that shit. Okay?
Cool. You and I will get to in a certain another time. You and I will come to what that actually means, and it will be awesome.
Right. At this point, you know where you are. You're about by horse.
Here's what we're gonna do. For this session, I can bid. I know where I am.
Sure.
That will change to something else.
Perfectly fine. Right now, you know that you're about 5 days by horse, 4 or 5 days from the AO in Paris. You're about 3 days from the Warren or from the East Coast. So I'm not giving you all the specs because you guys are going to go north, you know that. You're about 5 days by horse from the AO in Paris, about 3 days to the Warren. You'll know this land.
How far am I away from where I sent my friend?
Oh, like by horse, 2 weeks.
Oh, so my land is much more closer to the border between Estic, Italsa, and Norfolk.
Yeah.
But I've been where we are.
Yeah, you are way south. Your land is way south. And you guys are going
Okay,
by
but I've been where we are. Gotcha.
Yeah, by airship, you're like 3 days, but you guys don't have that. You get off the airship. You disembark. You see the Uleg, led by Thomas, Master Thomas, moving off, checking their weapons, checking their armor, all these things, setting up camp immediately. It's pretty late in the day. And
How
they're
many
going-
people are involved?
Sorry?
How many people are involved in the Uleg camp?
Give me just a second. I will find out.
I'm with you.
A ballpark number is fine.
I'm with you like at this point.
Okay.
As long as they'll let me.
Like if this is 100 people or 10 people or 30 or sometime, somewhere around 50, it doesn't matter. Like that's what
This
I'm asking.
is an exact number.
Okay, cool. Never mind. Then
Okay.
we will let you tell me that number.
Okay, there are 5 in the Uleg contingent. In addition to all you, so that makes 8, plus Harrigan. So you have 9 people, including yourself.
Nine people, including
All right.
us and Carrot.
What?
Is that right?
You have a total of 9 people.
Total of 9 people. Those names are Ulian, Miranda, Eddard, Kerrigan, somebody I don't know, me, Eric, Ben, and somebody else I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to tell you who they are, or
The 2 you don't
Yeah.
know are Master Thomas and Ritter Leon.
Who I do know.
They make up the 9.
Okay,
The rest
those
of them were
people I do
correct.
know. I did know.
Although Kerrigan is Harrigan with an H.
With an H. Okay.
I do find it hilarious that I mentioned this entire place. I described it as the Fellowship of the Ring,
And now there's 9.
and there are 9 of you.
Hilarious.
It is ironic.
All right. So they are setting up camp. It's coming on night. You know that night will come on quick. You guys are on top of a large hill. It's not quite a mountain. You're essentially in Appalachia. This range will streak up through, or I should say, it will bisect the Ao and Paris Mountains to your right, the Canuck Ridge to your left. It'll go up through that pass into the labyrinth, which is the Reach. The Reach. So, you're pretty high altitude. You're a good 800 feet up, 900 feet up, depending. Okay? The Uleg find a suitable place. Maybe it's not the best, but it's suitable. They start a fire. They pull out their gear and such. They're all carrying, camping type gear. If you've seen one of those movies where they go into like fucking, what is it called? It's not called Extradited. It's like a mercenary movie where you go into the bush. That's what they look like. And you have
We're in camp.
proof of life. That's what I'm thinking of. You guys, who's carrying what? Other than your
I
normal-
am carrying 1/8 of the supplies. To more than others. I'm
Okay.
just hoofing that shit. Like,
Okay.
whatever else is necessary, I'm there. I'm got it.
All right.
I'm
Yep.
I'm lightly loaded because I figure I'm going to be doing a lot of the movement as a scout. So I've got my soldier's bundle that I requisitioned from the quartermaster, and like my camo kit, cloak, that kind of thing. And I'm not really carrying a lot of stuff when we're out ranging. Beyond that, I will take some of the load off of one other person in the fellowship.
Right. I said 110%. He said 105. We got you. Go on.
Yeah. Basically, I'm not carrying any extra stuff.
My question is
I carry
anyone
80.
is anyone bidding?
Hang on. My character sheet is on a different line
No, I am not bidding.
because Photoshop does not like to play.
Cameron, are you gonna bid? If not, that's fine.
Did nobody else bid?
Nope.
Yeah, we unload everything we brought with us. It takes as much time as it does.
Sure. This would be a point.
110%.
What I'm trying to say is this would be a point of if one of you wants to make an impression, whether that be I'm the scout and therefore I'm the noble and therefore I'm the guy who whatever and therefore this would be the time of a bid. If you don't want to bid, you just do it. It's totally up to you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll bid. I'm going to bid vigorous, which should. The idea for bidding vigorous is that this is supposed to prove my reputation of getting it done.
Yep. So as you guys see the Ulek.
That's also my nature if you need to know that.
What?
It is my nature if you need to know that.
Okay. As you guys see the Ulek working very smoothly, they're not like a well-oiled machine or anything, but they work very smoothly. They work well together. Harrigan, you notice, does his own thing. He is very alone, and people leave him alone. He's everything around him, like it's like he's got like 2 gas cans that have like those fumes coming out. Grothrit would not allow him on the airship anywhere near the hold. The guy was at the bow of the ship the whole time. He didn't even argue about it. Okay. Harrigan, Harrigan is doing his own thing. You two notice that Johnny is lifting like big packs, like initiative style. Seems to have a military understanding of what the Ulek are going to do before they even do it. As he picks up the things, he puts down the stakes. He's got the lingo, and it's not like I'm commanding you. It's like he molds into one of them. Not like he's Ulek, but because he's military.
Because he's a veteran, yeah, like
he's
just veteran.
He's a veteran.
Bearded could be a better
It's up
bid
to you.
in this instance. Just knows what to do. Seasoned, whatever.
Whichever you want to do, because you got to mark that off as exhausted. Which one is it?
Let's see.
Fine.
Well, I will keep seasoned, and I will bid vigorous.
All right. As you bid vigorous, and you help out, as they'll even call you we need a good word for a go-getter, or a person who goes 100%.
Go-getter is fine.
Yeah. As you hear them even say, you guys do. He's a go-getter. And you two will see that the Ulek value what Johnny's doing. So, you guys are all set up. You got the... someone has killed, a lamb or something. A fucking deer. And you're eating. In the forest. The airship is gone. You got that forest light reflecting off the pine trees and such. It's brisk. Not cold. We're talking like September, just like what it is right now. Hot in the day. Gets kind of cool at night. And you're fucking camping. Like roasting fucking marshmallows and shit. As the Ulek are talking about stories of, a few engagements and stuff they've had, and how the Empire is great, and all these sorts of things. You guys you notice that Johnny, you're perfectly fine to integrate and talk to them. You guys are a little bit separate.
I'm trying to stay with the Ulek. I'm
Okay.
not with him.
Do you bid anything? Because right now, you're kind of a nobody who just happens to be Ulek. So you're not outcast by any stretch. Yeah, you're that guy, but you're not one of them.
I'll bid one of the crew. When we got off the airship, I would have tried to seamlessly integrate with their
Okay.
actions because I have military experience. I've been a mercenary, so I will jump in.
How would you have proven this to them? Because you can roll in. Everybody's the same, but how do you prove yourself?
This is the trait that I got for integrating myself into the group.
Okay.
With that gallows humor and like befriending them with the drinking and ordering drinks and knowing how soldiers interact. The goal was to endear myself to them and befriend them on some level, build that camaraderie.
You're one of the guys.
So I just take it for granted that I'm staying with Ulek because they're not.
Okay. You're one of the guys. So really what that leaves is the Calgarian Knight and you, buddy.
We'll bid Ritter once so
Okay.
that he can integrate himself in.
Are you guys cool doing that?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Absolutely.
The other reason why I'm doing this is because I'm expecting to take orders from Master Thomas.
Okay.
So I need to be near that. It's going to be or do you want me to? That's the other thing. One of the crew, before I start loading up, or like setting up the camp, I go to him. I'm loaded up with some stuff for the encampment, and it would have been a question of, do you want me ranging or do you want me in placing? And it's in placing that I'm setting everything up.
He will have you ranging. So we'll say that the way that you ingratiated yourself is by the kill.
Okay.
Let's do a roll for Master Thomas real quick. All right.
Okay.
So
We already know that he doesn't really think outside the box. He's pretty straight up and down.
let's change it up. Cameron, you roll first. Then you, then you.
These are sixes, right?
Yep. You will be psychology.
4.
You say 2?
4.
Oh, 4? Okay.
4.
It would have been so much better had it been 2. But that's okay.
Better for who?
Then I will bid extra,
Everyone.
and we will know.
Had it been 2, he would have been ingenious. So his psychology is accurate, which actually makes him a very good leader. He knows, by this point, you can tell that Master Thomas has kind of gotten a bead on all of you. Those of you that have masked yourselves, you realize he does not know who the fuck you are. He knows what you have portrayed. So you have been successful how you have portrayed yourselves, and that is how he's going to treat you. Because
And that is how he's going to assign you your jobs, too.
So he's very
change
accurate.
that. Not do so.
He's very accurate as he points to you and says, you're already like picking up the shit, and he's like, he just doesn't even say anything. He just kind of, actually he will because he's in the military. He says, oh yeah, go with Miranda and get us some kill, and turns and continues. Okay, so
Yeah, he probably just looks at you and says, food.
food now.
Turns away.
Food.
And you were a point. So
Not a spear. I said spear earlier. I was wrong.
point is still high.
It's M1, but I didn't want to get into that level of I'm recognizable or should be known.
Okay, so technically, you have the rank of corporal. So you outrank everyone of the legionnaires.
Right. Just not
Yeah.
Master Thomas or
Actually,
Hunter Harrigan.
you outrank. Correct. Well, Witch Hunter Harrigan, technically, you're of the same rank as he is.
I thought I would have been
Like
if
here.
I were spear.
I'll have to look him up. But he's his own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Generally, you have your soldier, if you want to break it down easy, you have a soldier, and then you have your corporal would be the first guy who has authority. Then you have your sergeant. You can go into their levels and whatnot. But then after the sergeant, they're actually authority, and everybody looks to them and be like, "That guy knows what he's talking about."
Right.
So a corporal would be one of the better of the.
Right. So you essentially have a corporal, and he talks to you instead of Miranda, who's technically still underneath you, private. Okay, she's like a private first class. Okay.
Just to let you know that special forces in the modern military have to be a sergeant to get in.
Okay. Well, that is not the case. That is not the case. Yeah.
Just to fuck you up.
But thank you for letting me know that, because I did not. All right. Second roll, Ben's time. This will be for self-discipline.
A roll that hasn't come up yet. 3.
Hard working.
Hard working.
Yeah. As you can
I'm
see,
liking this guy.
you can see that this dude, Master Thomas, this shit is done, and it's done well. All right. Third roll, lifestyle.
5.
5. Passionate, independent, flexible. You can see Thomas. He definitely thinks. He delegates, and then he kind of goes off by himself a little bit. He thinks, and you see him surveying the area. All of you, regardless of your roles that you're taking on, you each actually have this as your own, some part of your characters. You all are in some ways independent, and you can tell that Master Thomas is that way. He's also passionate about what he wants to do, specifically this mission. You can sense maybe a little bit of nervous tension. He wants to meet with this party as soon as possible, but there's a little bit of restraint. He's flexible. He knows you've traveled all day. Next roll, this will be Cameron. On social attitude, we'll see how much of a dick he is.
6.
Woo. Awesome. This guy, the moment that he's dealt with, business, etc., you see him go back to his own trunk, which he'll have a trunk that has been carried, a small thing. As he pops it open, he goes next to the fire, and it is a bottle of whiskey. As he hates being alone, and he starts pouring glasses. As you come back, he hands you one, he hands Miranda one, and he cheers all of you, and he's drunk rather quickly. This guy does not like being alone. Those of you who have insight, you may now roll reaction rolls. If you wish, it will be wits. So your action die, everyone does it.
Yeah,
And your wits aspect. All right, hold up. Let me tell you the stakes. This guy's kind of hard. He's a little bit hard.
Hard.
The threshold is 3 to crack this egg. It's hard. So that means you need 4 to have a clean success. You need 3 to have a dirty success. So, the stakes are this. If you fail, you can tell he is diligent. If you succeed with a clean success, you get the truth of the matter. If you get a dirty success, you get something in between, of course. All right. What do you guys get?
I got a dirty success with Flair. 3.
Flair, regaining trait.
I did. I've taken back one of the crew.
Yeah, Cameron, if you get a 10, let me know.
I got a 10.
Okay, do you have 2 10s or 1 4?
I got 1 10 and 1 4.
Okay, if you get a 10 up, 10 up means you have flair. You regain an exhausted trait
No.
of your
Sweet.
choice. If you don't have any exhausted traits, then just bank it, and we'll talk about it later. That's called
I have an
flair.
exhausted trait.
Okay. Recover that trait, you're good. If you get more than 110, you have pocket full of change. And let me know if that happens.
Well, I have a total of 3 successes, 110, 1 4.
Cool. What'd you get?
I got 3 successes.
With a dirty, okay? 0, okay? You know that he is diligent. You got 3. Okay, so both of you have flair, so you regain your traits. Recover 1 trait of your choice.
Keys, as soon as the first 10 is set up, Keys goes over and throws his bedroll in it. And he climbs into it. He climbs onto his bedroll and he kind of like sits back and he's like watching. Like his intent is to watch, but then he realizes there's a rock or something. He's like, I'm gonna bid my flaw fidgety.
Uh-huh.
As like he's like he adjusts his bed and then he like sits back down. And he's like trying to watch. He's like, fuck God.
So what are you trying to accomplish with this?
Switch me tents.
Because you're bidding, so that means it's a major action.
Oh. Well, I was busy. I was bidding the flaw just because I fucked up and rolled that.
Oh, yeah, sure. All right,
I got the impression that he was just explaining why he didn't get shit.
I dig it. I dig it. I love it. Okay, so gain a pip for doing that because it was for no benefit of your own. Very altruistic. Yep, as you do that, and everybody kind of laughs as you see Miranda actually kind of like, smack you on the shoulder, like, look at this guy. Comes over and like clears out your bedroll and says, just sleep there. What's wrong with you?
Oh, no.
And she does it in such a way to where you can tell she's actually trying to help. Like, she's like, you idiot, and does the thing.
For my minor goal a minute ago, I wrote down, make Miranda care about me.
You gain your minor goal.
But no, I changed it because I was like, that's dumb.
Oh, you did?
I changed it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well,
Regret.
you can spend a pip to undo that. You just got one. Yeah, or no?
No.
Okay. Miranda does care about y'all. God, you guys are going to fuck them over so hard. So many sanity rolls. It would be beautiful. Anyway.
Continue. Get to their stuff because it's more important.
Okay. What do we have unresolved?
Successes for...
Successes, right. Dirty
3
successes.
successes
Limbo.
and a flare.
Thank you. I did not
Yeah,
highlight
2
that.
dirty successes. 2 people with dirty success. What? I'm drunk. Don't worry about me.
It's okay. Dislikes being alone. So, I have an idea in my mind. It's like a number between 1 and 10, really. Why does Master Thomas... Why does Master Thomas dislike being alone? Go.
He just likes... are we just throwing out ideas?
Yep.
He had a bad experience being alone, and everybody who knows him was actively fucking with him, but he doesn't know that they were fucking with him.
Yeah,
So, like, it was a hazing instance where he took seriously.
Oh, I see. Right on.
there's the low-hanging fruit of war trauma.
Here's an interesting idea. Let's combine these, but I want to hear from you.
My thought immediately went to he had a love of his life and he chose the military over her.
Okay, so here's how we weave it
I
together.
like this.
Here's
And
how
so
we.
he always feels alone even though he's with family.
So I'll go, and then I'm going to throw it back at you guys, and then we'll actually solidify it. There was a hazing before that. He had a love of his life. He went to the military. When he was there as a greenhorn, there was a hazing, but he took it seriously. So he doesn't like being alone, but in fact, the people that he wanted to be around, they thought he was a joke, but he didn't realize it. Then they all fucking die because of some military trauma. They were, we'll say, I'm going to give you guys the choice. One is more pertinent to your campaign. One is not. Okay, one makes it more difficult, one doesn't. It depends on how you play this. This is information you can gain. Did his platoon die because they were fighting the Northmen, insurgents, or the Norholkians to the south? If they were fighting the insurgents to the north, well, you guys are going to run into Master Thomas really disliking Northmen. If it was because of the Norholkians, then he's kind of got this badge of honor style. Like, I have been through shit, and I'm a veteran, but at the same time, like, he's a little bit ruthless. It's up to you all.
Okay, I vote that he doesn't like Northmen because that gives me something to, I'll acknowledge his victory against the Norholkians all the way. But if he dislikes Northmen, we've got something in common. What about you guys?
If he dislikes Northmen, so I'm going to step away from the metagame of what's most beneficial for our end goals. Because I don't like making the decision based off
I'm trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, I am not trying to say it would be better or worse. I'm saying the reasons why Johnny will... I could be friends with the guy either way. It just is a flavor of how he's going to do it.
Yep.
If he dislikes men, then there's something that we have in common. If he has fought the Norholkians, well, kind of everybody has, but at least you proved your mettle.
Yeah, I think I would have more respect for him because I don't so much have any interest in Reach, but I would have respect for him if he fought the Norholkians simply because they're a valorous foe that is indomitable. They have resisted every attempt of the Empire to bring them into the fold as an imperial province, and that means something. But as far as Reach goes, Reach is a province whether they know it or not, and they're a bunch of, disparate clans, and they can't mount a formal defense against the Empire. We're there.
That's interesting because what that means is that for Ben's unnamed character, because I've got 6 and I'm not writing any more down, Norholkian is going to be a better thing. For me, Northman is going to be a better thing.
I'm going to give
What
you
about
guys
you?
5. I'm going to give you 6 seconds to decide Norholk or Reach.
Wait, we haven't heard from Eric yet.
Eric is the
I
tiebreaker.
know Eric's the tiebreaker. Eric always is the tiebreaker, and he takes forever. So Eric, you have 6
Norholk.
seconds. Norholk. All right. It is Norholk.
Give him 20 because I got to refill.
All right. Hates Norholkians. So, what you realize is his party were killed by Norholkians. All right. Last 2 rolls. That shall be
Take my next one.
honesty and honor.
All right,
Hit it.
Here we go. 1.
He's selfless. Emotional capacity.
Hold on, paper.
Two.
Sensitive and generous. As you can tell,
So he selfless, sensitive, and generous.
as you can tell, this guy is just aching to be destroyed. He is all about you all. You have started to become part of his family. You can tell that his fire team, he utterly cares about. Like, he'll do what's right, when I say right, in the eyes of the Empress. He will do that. You know he is loyal. And those of you that carry the card of, Inquisitor, which is kind of all of you. Hi, Tessa. How you doing? That's immortalized on the internet. At any rate.
What's happening?
She just rolled by in a towel. That's what you get. She's awesome. Anyway, she's awesome. So, regardless, you guys realize that Master Thomas is legit. He cares a lot about the mission as you hear a whistle off in the distance. It's a whistle that sounds like it comes from a wooden carved instrument. It's almost like a horn. It's not a war horn, but it's something that is not natural. As everyone turns, Master Thomas is, he's already drank the drink. He's already poured everybody. As you see, he turns and his jaw clenches as he says, well, looks like the Hella Elfen are here. He looks around. There's a pause. As you see the Ulek, the Legionnaires, kind of like wag their heads a little bit, you notice that Harrigan is already suiting up. Like he was not bedding down at all. He was ready to rock and roll. As the Legionnaires start pulling up their bedding, without a word, they know you guys are going to be on the move very, very soon.
I bid unnoticeable.
Okay, so just a bit clear.
Hold on just a second. What?
I bid unnoticeable as here in just a minute when they start looking to see where I am. I'm not there.
Okay.
As I kind of tuck off into the woods and head towards where I heard the sound.
Do you leave everyone? Okay. You bounce. What were you going to say, Cameron?
I was going to re-describe the scene to make sure I had the idea, but I've lost it. So the Hella Elfin contingent has sounded a horn over that ridge or over the hills. What's going on? Tell me again.
I'm going to use the bathroom. Will you guys update as you will? And you all, as a team, because you all know what each other's doing is the idea at this point. You guys figure that out and clue everyone in as to what is going on. I'll be right back.
All right. So, real quick, how do we know that the Hella Elfin are there? Was it a horn? What's going on? We just need that.
We heard a wooden flute horn in the distance.
Yep.
Master Thomas says, "Well, it appears the Hella Elfin have arrived."
Okay, so it was straight up laid out to us. Gotcha.
Yes.
Yep. So why did
You guys do your
like
thing.
that? I don't know.
I actually need to talk to Will about whether or not I need a little bit of backstory. So go ahead.
I was about to say it would be a good thing for somebody that's still there to make some sort of bid of what that horn means.
Yeah.
Or just straight up ask Master Thomas or somebody
Dude,
that might know.
I got plenty of bids that can because I know where I am because we're in my place. I got plenty of bids that can get us there. So, what specifically are we looking for? What information are you looking for And how would I know this because you fucked off?
I am basically going to spy on them. I'm gonna try to get close enough to where I can see who's there and how many, and if they've brought like a war party or if it's just some merchants, or like I'm basically scouting.
All right, you're looking for
But
eyes on.
I'm gonna play it off where my guy went and hid in the woods because he heard something unfamiliar, and everybody else was suiting up to fight.
All right, give me, hey, Eric, before you leave,
Yeah, no.
give me a bid why I would believe you. You don't have to spend it. Just give me something that would tell me why I should.
Why you should believe what?
That you just were like, oh shit, and ran off into the woods versus being like, this is my escape.
Oh, you won't believe that at all. You know
I know that you went to go look.
You know I'm going to scout.
Right on.
Because you know what we're really there for.
Yeah, I
And
saw
everybody
you use an
else-
excuse to fuck off.
Yeah.
Got you.
Later, I'm going to show back up and convince everybody else that I was hiding in the woods.
But you're going
know
to
what
bring
I'm doing.
information that the three of us should know. Got you.
Although you wouldn't think that he would know. Because he's not
Yeah, I
who
would
he
assume
is.
that he would be the one who was doing this.
Right.
I'm going to look at you, Ben.
All right. It's Archie.
What's the character name that Johnny Lavarga would refer to you as?
Archie.
Archie.
As in Archibald.
Right. I see Eric fuck off into the woods. I'm actually going to ask you guys. All 9 of us were at the conversation where we decided what our real goal was, or is it just the 3 of us plus?
It would have been. It would have been you, Leon, the mage, and Keith.
Keith.
No, I'm talking about in this session where we were all drinking at the thing before we left when we decided what was going to happen.
No, that
You as the not mage and Eric as piece of candy.
No, that was out of game when we talked about that, because when we were at the table with Master Thomas. We talked about the real mission after our meeting with the Empress. So that would have happened between sessions, essentially. We were catching Cameron up. The long and short of it is, that conversation about what the real mission pertained to was between you, Keith, Ritter Leon, and the mage. And the mage is not here.
Mage is not here, but Ritter Leon knows what's going on.
The Ritter knows what's going on. Keith knows what's going on. You know what's going on.
And you are some random motherfucker that seems to have been randomly assigned to this group, not part of Thomas's fire team.
The story
But
that was told
doing
to
its
Master
best
Thomas.
to seem so.
The story that was told to Master Thomas was that the merchants of Kar that brought him in on this demanded that a scout, or he demanded that a scout be assigned to the fire team. Since we're ranging out into the wilderness in the Warren. So my being here is his fault. He's got his Imperial bodyguard, and he brought a scout along because he knew that the fire team didn't have a scout.
Okay, so then in reality, what actually happened was that Johnny Lavarga recruited somebody on the path to get to the Empress, even though he didn't have to. And we decided as a group, including said Ritter, that he is going to pose as Piece of Candy's bodyguard.
That's correct. Although I wouldn't
And
say that
that-
the Ritter.
Wait a
The
minute.
Ritter didn't make that
Wait a
decision.
second.
He was told. But yeah.
I actually can't understand you for whatever reason.
Is it? Am I
So-
not being loud enough?
You are loud enough. The encoding is fucked. I'm missing phonemes and bits. I am digitally unable to understand you. However, so Johnny as Cameron, Kisapandi as Eric, and Leon all know what's going on. So does the mage.
Correct.
Mate?
In that conversation, we decided that we needed some sort of actual scout. And you provided Ben's newish, as far as Johnny's concerned, this new person.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
And so I'm going to retcon that during this drinking conversation, you actually introduced this man to me as this is this guy I know. He's going to come with us to do the thing. By the way, we lost the mage. He has to go deal with He has to go deal with shit.
We did that, but you weren't there.
Right.
So
I
yeah,
am
that happened.
rehashing
Yeah, that
everything
did
to lead
happen.
us up here for both Cameron, who wasn't involved, and anybody else who might have started recently.
Yeah, that did happen. Yes.
So if you're just joining us, this is what's going on.
All right.
Um,
So the whistle is sounded. Sorry to cut you off.
No.
We're gonna end the stream here after this next encounter. So, and we can talk about it afterwards.
That's
and,
good,
and,
it's
and
good.
kind of and figure out like the little ins and outs and the details and stuff. But just to kind of move you all along, because I have some goals as to what I want to accomplish. So, as you hear the Hella Elfin whistle blow, Kisapendi moves off into the darkness, bidding. The rest of you, so Johnny and Archibald, do you guys bid to do major actions, or do you kind of sit back and let the world action play out? I'll give you 5 seconds to decide. Tell me now.
can I bid expertise?
For what?
So let's say, for instance, I'm bidding the Tome of Mastery, meaning business,
Oh, let me.
to
Okay, hold on. Wait. Hold on for a second. Archibald, you got 3 seconds. Are you going to bid or no?
Yeah. I'll.
Okay. So the point is you're bidding. Cameron, to answer your question, yes, you can bid any trait you want. The only thing you need, because we're in the dread, so there's no mechanics about it. The question is, what's the major action? How do you want to change the environment, or what is the thing you want to do that's big? So what is it? You can bid in expertise, doesn't matter. That is the leapfrog, stepping stone for your role play. So really the question is,
okay.
what do you want to do?
Let Ben go first so that I get a better
Okay.
idea of what I'm supposed to be doing,
Cool,
and I will follow. I think I know where I'm going, but you're going to go first.
cool. Boom. It's on you, sir.
Alright, I bid my nature, which is driven, and I pack up my bedroll. Where I'll say I had been actually moving to include Harrigan, so I would have had some of the kill and like some of the drink that had been dashed out or doled out, and I would have gone to Harrigan to take them to him, and the sound, it's going off after I've just dropped them off, or as I'm going to hand them to him. And I'm like, here, take this. And I go pack up my bedroll real fast and then go straight to Master Thomas, bidding driven. And I don't have a lot of familiarity with the Hell Elf and what does that whistle mean? And I'm assuming you want me to check it out, yes?
As Harrigan looks at you, you see he's formulating an idea. He is not a part of the world action. He's an NPC at this point, so you guys are actually going before him. But he has an idea. Johnny, what are you bidding? You notice what just happened. The scout has come up to Master Thomas and is talking to him about what he should do. What are you doing? You're right there.
Okay. I bid meaning business, which is halfway up the Tome of Mastery, to take command of the entire situation.
Okay.
All right? Information is coming in. Master Thomas is getting it. I am there also getting this information. While the guy may be reporting to Master Thomas, I'm hearing it, so I'm going to step into the command position here. All right? Is that all right? Is that a good bid for this, or should I bid something else?
It's all about what you want to do. What you want to do and what you want to bid. It doesn't mean you succeed. It means that you bid it.
Okay, so you're telling me that this is my reason for being involved.
Yep.
I got you. Authoritarian presence is the reason I'm involved.
Okay. So, what is the thing you're trying to do?
I am gathering all the information that comes in.
Okay. So,
anybody who rolls in to report, I am next to the guy they're reporting to.
okay. That's great. That makes tons of sense. So, here's the situation then. How it plays out. The whistle's blown. You see people starting to do their things around the camp. Kisapendi is gone. No one seems to notice, including you guys, at least not yet. You guys will notice first, probably, but he's gone for now. Immediately, the scout is up on Master Thomas, being like, what do I do? He's ready to go. Immediately, Archibald, you notice that Johnny is right there, right next to Master Thomas, pretty much making the decisions. He's obviously used to making decisions. As Master Thomas looks over at Johnny and says, Lord Rix, right? Lord Rix looks over at the scout and says, you know this territory. And you see that he's using language suddenly, as in his Uluk Legionnaires, and you, Cyprian, will know, and obviously Lord Rix, you'll know this as well. He's using language that is very respectful for your title, because he knows who you are. He says, Lord Rix...
Okay, he's respecting me and still handling the situation.
Yes.
That's what you're telling me. Gotcha.
As he says, Lord Rix, would you, since you know the area, would you accompany our scout? Your name is
Archibald.
Archibald here.
Archie, please.
Archie, as he looks at you, and find out what their compliment is, how we should proceed. We're going to take care of our encampment and be behind you all.
Okay, I am going to... What do I need to do to tell Ben's character where to go to look?
You just need to go and do it.
You're just with me. We're
Yep.
going together.
We're going together. Gotcha. So,
So you guys head off
okay.
into the
Hold on.
bush.
I need to bid something.
Okay.
I need to bid something.
All right.
I need to bid... I need to bid something so that Master Thomas did not command me.
Oh, he didn't command
That
you.
I decided that my my skills are better used by going with him. I need to bid something it still takes authority. I need to take authority with me. Is what I'm saying, right?
You don't have to do that. You can if you want, because Master Thomas did not tell you to do anything. He asked you if you would.
Okay, so I am actually still going to bid
Okay.
Regal as my demeanor.
Yep.
Okay. And I am going to say, we'll handle this. You do. I'm basically delegating to
Yep.
him to handle this.
I love it.
That me and Bennett will handle this. Okay.
I love it. Yep. As you kind of turn the phrase and keep that. Well, of course I'll do what needs to be done, and you all do what you need to do.
In fact, I'm going to acknowledge the fact. This is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to acknowledge the fact that Thomas knew what to do.
Yeah. Right.
That's how it comes off.
I'm glad you know what to do, Thomas. Anyway, as you go over into the bush,
We'll do this thing over here. Yeah.
right. We're gonna go over here. Clean up. Okay, Kisapendi, you have delved into the forest first.
Yep.
I will deal with you, and then I will deal with you all, and we'll see what happens.
Scouting on the elves and hiding from me.
And we'll see what happens. All right.
I don't have to hide.
Yeah,
So,
you do, because otherwise Johnny will find out that I'm your Confederate.
Oh, you guys, that's table talk. We'll get to that in a second. So, Johnny and Cyprian, or Archibald, you guys take a little bit of a break, although it would be perfectly fine to listen to what's going on.
Yeah.
But you guys...
I am going to listen.
Okay, do you think? So, you go into the forest toward the sound. How do you do this? The lay of the land is obviously not flat. Imagine, what's that park near Reading Road? Kirk Lexington?
Yeah, it's
You talking about Veterans Park?
Or Veterans Park's fine.
Mm.
Hilly.
Mm.
There's terrain to be traversed. So you guys have the high ground, essentially. You can tell that it's forested all over the place. There's no clearings that you know of. There's a couple valleys, small valleys, and you can tell the sound is sort of rippling over those valleys. So you have some terrain to cover. Obviously, there's probably scouts. You guys have a fire, so they can smell it, blah, blah, blah. They blew a whistle, meaning they know that you heard their whistle. Probably you will run into one of those scouts. Unless you're very, very careful.
I've been strategic.
Okay. Then on our way back, we're going to hit some food, by the way.
As I kind of move into the woods, realizing that this is a party traveling up this way to have a meeting, I know they're going to have scouts. So in my head, I sit there and analyze, and I'm like, well, in my head, I'm sitting there analyzing, and I'm like, well, if I had a scout that was doing this, then I know that he would.
Yep.
And so I just kind of counteract that.
And you're bidding what?
Strategic.
As you do, you're kind of like a sniper, but a scout.
Right.
As you go up, do you see in the dark? What is your race?
I mean, we did the progeny.
Your progeny.
Exotic.
Okay, so then you don't.
Okay.
You could have like dark vision in the sense of like humans could.
Right.
You can see pretty well in the dark, but as we'll say, high or low if the moon's out.
High.
Okay, it is high, which means it's just as hard as it is for you as it is for them. There is the hope that it's not a hella elfin because they can see in the dark. As you move around, moons out, you actually do see a shape moving around this some way. As you're taking the flank, it's sort of one of those clever girl moments where you are the girl, right? You're the clever girl. You're going to take this person by surprise. You see there a Northman crawling up on their belly, getting within line of sight on a hill of where the party would be, where their fire was. As
Where our party was.
correct.
Okay.
As you're moving around, you bidding strategic, you realize you have the upper hand. As it dawns on you, someone's trailing me who can see in the dark, who has the upper hand.
Okay.
You've actually been led out, very clever girl style. You're following this person because this is the person you saw, seeing them, and your strategery puts you in a certain place as you realize you're in the open for someone else. As you turn and you see on the little bluff a person kind of standing up, maybe like half squatted, looking at you. They don't have a bead on you, but they've just popped up. It's like as they are getting in position, you realize, oh shit, and you turn and see them. What do you do? You can see they have a big old fucking bow, like a short bow. It looks all weird. They got the hair that kind of comes up. It is a hella elephant. Their eyes have that cat-like thing, the nocturnal eyes look that reflects as you see them look down all monstrous style. And you turn and see.
So as I've kind of seen this guy moving, and I'm kind of counteracting where he's moving. As I realize that he has not noticed me, and in my head I'm going, if he was really a scout, he would have noticed me.
Mm-hmm.
As I bid slippery, as I stop moving, and then just like almost preternaturally, like turn slowly and see what's behind me as I've kind of stopped moving. And I realize that from where I'm at right now, he could probably see me, but there's a tree just beside me as I just kind of like slowly blend into the tree.
So like Max, you move so slowly you're invisible.
Right. Right.
Okay.
You're just eating
I will
chips
give you
in the
a.
background.
I think that's great. You throw down
As
to
I
succeed.
as I spin slippery to
Okay. The threshold for this will be 2. So here are the stakes. If you get 2 and you're in limbo, then you're against that tree, but essentially you can't move because if you move, you give up your position.
Right.
If you succeed, obviously you succeed and you get you outdo the person watching. If you fail, then you get behind the tree, but you know that he saw you or she.
wits or grace.
I would say grace.
Grace. Okay.
Huge tracts of land.
Because it does matter for this one. Is he rolling against me?
Nope, the
Or is it just a
DC,
DC?
the threshold is your...
How would that work for turmoil, which lowers their action die when they're versus me?
Mechanically,
Right.
it gives them a percentage. So what we'll do, you see, it lowers their action die from a 10 to an 8. We should write this in the fucking book, Ben, as to how that actually played. But I would give it a high or low as to whether or not it drops the DC by 1.
Yeah.
10 to 8, you see 10 is 1, says 10%, 8 is about a 12.5%. So
I'm fine with that being how you do it now. But as far as writing it in the book that you base it on a high or low roll probably isn't a good idea.
no, it's not. But essentially,
But for this, do it.
what it would do, it gives you a bonus of actually easy fix here. It gives you a reroll in mulligan.
Okay.
Just puts it in your hand.
Gotcha.
What is it?
It gives him a mulligan.
What is the
I mean, I don't know.
Turmoil, technically, instead of them rolling in, if they're
So,
rolling,
what turmoil is that if there's something that I can influence, then it makes their action die
one step lower if I bid the turmoil. Right?
So instead, he just gets a mulligan.
Instead, I just get a mulligan because he's not technically rolling. It's just a straight up DC.
So it's not
Yeah.
equal, but what it means is the
But-
more powerful you are, the better it is.
Yeah.
So it favors the player.
Um,
And that's fine, because the Arbiter can easily say, oh, the threshold's 4. You know?
in this case, I didn't need the turmoil. I've got 3 successes with Flare
Okay.
because I rolled fucking awesome.
Cameron, I cannot hear you.
He's muted.
You are muted.
You're muted.
That was a will.
I didn't mute him.
Perfect. Awesome. That explains why you guys are dicks. All right, cool.
Sorry, dude.
Question is no, totally my fault. Question is that does turmoil? This is a game mechanics question.
Yep.
Does turmoil seems to force the arbiter to have an underhand roll?
No.
Now, so what instead does it do? Because this is a mechanics question.
Yeah.
How the whole thing works together, and I'm going to write it down so we can include it as
Sure.
a clarification.
Sure. So, in the event that there's no roll-off, what it does is give the player a mulligan, which is a reroll. That's what it does. It gives them a mulligan on any die they wish.
Okay, but a mulligan is take the new result.
Yep.
Yep.
Which means it puts it in their hands. So the benefit is the arbiter can just decide whatever threshold she wants. But the player can say, aha, but I have a free mulligan because I spent this expertise. Okay. And that's important. That's important because it's an extra mulligan they could have.
Okay, so just repeat that for me, if you will. A player bids or invokes mulligan on turmoil. What happens? What actually happens? Does the arbiter actually roll at that point?
No.
Or does the arbiter say, wait a minute, let me take a second and think about what's better for the story? What happens?
Okay. I'll say this and then we're going to move on because mechanics we should talk
Quick.
about in game talk. The arbiter always goes for the story. Always. Regardless of the mechanics.
Perfect.
Okay. Moving on.
Perfect. Quick answer. Move along.
So, as Keese, you blow up the threshold. You see the Hella Elfin move up. It dawns on you that, as far as you know, they talked about Hella Elfin in the plural, but they haven't come out of the Twilight Dim in a long time. You're probably looking at Hemming. Probably. I think. Nope, not Hemming.
I was about to say
My
Hemming.
bad.
I think Hemming's the wrong
My
word.
bad.
That Hemming was
I think
My bad.
no, Hemming's not a Dwoven,
Okay.
but he's an Earl
My bad.
of
It
the
is not
Dwoven
Hemming.
side.
That's me looking at my notes.
We
Totally
don't know
wrong.
that he's Dwoven.
But he's an Earl from Lapis Regnum.
He's an Earl from Lapis Regnum that is
Probably
the
Dwoven.
diplomat for the Dwoven king.
Okay.
But we don't know that he's Dwoven.
Almost guaranteed.
But we don't know that he is.
That's correct.
And the fact that Will
Wait a
said we
minute.
don't know that he is probably means he's not.
Okay.
We still don't know that this person is Dwoven.
Correct.
Actually, looking at the person you're looking at, you can tell he is not Dwoven. You absolutely know it.
We're talking about Hemming.
Yeah, Hemming is definitely not this person. The person you're looking at is not Hemming. The person you are currently looking at is not Hemming. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right, but is Hemming Dwoven?
You
I
are
don't know.
not looking at him, and this person is also
And
not
this person
Dwoven.
is also not Dwoven. Okay? He is Hell Elfin, though.
No, it's fine. I'm just making sure I'm not contradicting myself again.
I do not know any names for the Hell Elfin.
No, you don't.
So I know he's Hell Elfin. So I wouldn't know who he is.
Would you?
I would not know any Hell Elfin that I know
Would
of.
you know he's elf? There are many kinds of elfin. You can tell.
Maybe not.
You can tell he is an elfin, but as to what kind, you do not know.
Right, because Hell Elfin aren't in the city.
And he doesn't know what you are because he didn't see you. As you see him look up, you see what he looks like. In the moonlight, his skin seems pearly and iridescent. His eyes glow like the nocturnal beasts. He seems like a nocturnal thing as he's looking around.
I've been cultured
Okay.
to have heard stories
Okay, you know that
about what
this
Hell
is a
Elfin's
Dodrokfir.
skin would look like.
You know this is a Dodrokfir. It is in the moonlight. You can see it. Okay.
The Dodrokfir is different than Hell Elfin.
Yes, it is, but it is still an elfin.
It isn't still enough.
It's a
but
dark
not
elf.
Hell Elfin. I know what a Dodrokfir is.
I know, Jim.
I just was trying to think of what a Hell
I
Elfin
hope so.
technically considers. Yeah. I know
Okay.
what a Dodrokfir is.
All right.
Continue.
As it sits there, as you hear some fumbling in the fumbling. Actually, you're pretty sleek. You hear some fumbling in the brush. It is probably the Hoplites. You, what are you doing?
Apparently he's coming with me, but I don't know if he can see in the dark as well as I can.
You
Because-
cannot. He's a den.
Yeah, I can.
Yep. Actually, he's a Denishia,
Yes, he is.
so he
Yes, he is.
probably can actually see in the dark pretty well.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I took the monstrous gift.
Yeah. He probably can actually. He probably can't see as well as you can, but he can see in the dark pretty well,
I'm
especially in full moonlight.
moving towards where I heard the horn, doing the cat stalking thing where you take that wide circular approach.
Yep.
Around, because I'm thinking sort of like flies to vinegar style horn here, everyone goes there.
Yep.
I don't know why they would give away their position like that in the middle of the night.
Correct.
It's not an attack.
Nope.
So why would they do that?
Right.
So as I'm approaching, I'm looking for where would they ambush us from? Right. So
Okay.
there's a place that's going to be overlooking where they blew the horn.
And that's
I'm
where
looking
you.
for the
That's where you and Johnny go. As
Um,
you look
Where
down.
he.
Well, we're going in mind's eye theater here, and it's not exact. The main thing is you guys
Totally
are.
cool. What did you say? Please repeat. That's all I'm asking.
I said that I can't think of a reason why they would have blown the horn other than to set up an ambush. At night like this, it doesn't make sense to me to bend. So, what Archie is doing is moving in like a cat stalks, sort of in that circuitous fashion, moving around the area where the horn was blown. And as I approach, I'm looking for where they would actually stage an ambush. And that's what I'm doing.
So, as you guys move up, you get to a ridge. This is Archibald.
Hold on. You said you guys. Am I with him?
You're with me.
I'm telling you what's up. Johnny and
Okay, but what I'm. This
Hey,
is what we
just-
need to do.
Hey, just let me
when
talk
I ask
really
for
quick because I'm.
clarification,
Oi!
because
Just
I
let
didn't
me
do
fucking
the last
talk,
thing.
I'm gonna fucking mute you, motherfucker. Let me talk. I am literally describing the scene. Shut up. Johnny, and whatever your name is, Archibald, you guys are moving up to the ridge. What you guys see is this. You look down to the side. You see a valley. Boom, boom, boom. Up to the left, you see your people. You see a copse of trees. Copse of trees, I got this from Cameron. Off to the front, you see where the Northmen are starting to creep forward. So, the reason that you're in this strategic position is because of the scout. That is what you see. What do you guys do?
Okay, just to make sure that I'm on the right page. He and I have crept into a tactical position that gives us a view of the valley.
Yep.
Northmen are creeping stealthily, thinking that they are being stealthily, but we can see them secretly into position. And because I believe both me and Ben would have this tactical knowledge, if you need me to, I will bid. What is their target? Why are they being sneaky? Who are they trying to keep from noticing them?
That's a good bid.
Do you,
Okay. Yep, go ahead. You're going to bid that?
You need a bid? Okay.
Yep.
The bid I will give is actually, how do I signal that he can also have the bid? How do I give Ben the bid if he has a better one?
Oh, no. You can bid it, and then you can just tell him. Basically, he benefits from what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I saw this, and why did I see this?
Yep. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5. 4. 3. 2.
I bid the hard way.
Ooh, I like
I learned
that.
this
I like that.
specific thing the hard way.
Well, you've done this before.
Yeah, and I learned this, how to do this right, the hard way.
Yeah, you've been on the receiving
What's
end
their
of this.
target? Yeah, what's the target?
Ooh, was this Saoirse's technique against you?
It might have been.
Oh shit! As you see Johnny nudge the scout, and he points. He points to a target that the Northmen might be going for, and in fact, maybe it's one of those circuitous things.
Yes, circuitous, correct way.
You all turn, and he actually will show you something else. You see the Northmen ahead. You see the copse of trees, which is technically where you are, in the valley. You see your guys behind.
Who is?
Keith Kendi is in the copse of trees in the valley. He's hidden. As Johnny points off to your right, the Northmen don't know you're here. They're actually going after the people from Estic. As you see them pop out, and you guys are just in the middle, you're all, your team is actually totally secret. As they start to meet, and you see them start parlaying, as they kind of shoot flares, and they're like, whoa. You see they're all playing against each other. You guys are in the middle, and you're primed to do whatever the fuck you want. That is where we'll stop.
Okay. Clarification. We saw the Northmen, which means the Dwarven contingent.
No.
How do we know who's what?
Yeah.
How do we know Northmen?
The Dwarven have not arrived.
Okay. Tell me what you mean by Northmen, then.
Reach.
I need to know this. Okay.
They're from Reach.
They're Denna from
They have
Reach.
met with the contingent from Sirsa.
Right. Those are the Estic Itasa people.
All right, so Sirsa's contingent, we just watched Sirsa's contingent make contact with the people who live here.
Right. Basically, yeah.
And the people who live here should technically know where everybody else is. But they don't know where we are because we know that, right?
Sure.
We can assume they don't know that we're here.
You could assume that, yeah. All right, that is where we'll end. Cameron, you and I need to have a little bit of scene later with the Empress, if you want. And we need to talk about the map in a fucking DreadLore discussions later on. We can do all that shit. So, to wrap all this up, you guys are basically hidden observers watching the Northmen of Reach, along with a Dodrokfear Dark Elf, who is with them, meet with Sirsha's Itausa Estic rebels. Now, this is not the meeting, because the meeting is them with those from Lapis Regnum. So you can choose to attack, you can choose to wait and watch, which will be more difficult. You can choose to try to join them. It's up to you. But we will deal with that later. Talk in the chat. Fucking decide this before next game. Or we'll spend an hour and a half figuring this out next game.
Yeah.
Which is fun. Alright, Cameron. Namaste, sir. Thank you for being here.
Are you kicking me out? Am I?
No, Ben and I are rolling because we got.
I have to go now.
Yeah, we got to get back to town. That's all.
I have to work in the morning. I need to leave.
Yeah, we just got to roll.
I'm the party pooper.
He is the party pooper.
I'm the party pooper.
So is today Thursday? Now it's Thursday.
It
So
is now Thursday.
Cameron, I'm going to be doing a live stream later on today. If you want to jump on. It'll be around 7 o'clock.
Chances of that are low because I'm working with my
Wanted to split
my friend Caleb on a deal that we're writing
Okay.
tonight because we had to reschedule. Usually it's Tuesdays.
Okay.
If that doesn't, I will keep an eye out. If you're still doing something by the time I get done, I'll let you know. I'll hop on.
Okay. That's
You're